Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages. Happy first day of 2023. Hope everybody had a fantastic new year, and hopefully we're off to a good start. Arctic Fox, GTA, Billy Ray Mullentine, H2O Bubbles, Sabrina, Caesar C. Good morning, everybody. Caesar, I don't know how that's going to play out. Your guys' championship. Hopefully he's okay. Just absolutely awful to see that. But like always, today's the 3rd. It's the first trading day, Grumpy. Happy New Year, you grumpy SOBU. But yes, prayers for Damar Hamlin. Just incredible, though. And just a short side note. Obviously, if you follow the news, everybody's seen what happened last night. But I think the bigger picture was, first off, seeing Josh Allen and Joe Burrow just about in tears. And then later in the night, seeing Bengals fans along with Bills fans holding the candlelight vigil outside the hospital. And then seeing Damar's Toys for Tots charity raise over $2 million overnight is just incredible. Just incredible. Oh, Froggy, what's up? Yeah, 9 minutes of CPR. That was just awful. I think what really needs to be looked at is the NFL was going to give them 5 minutes to warm up and then send them back on the field. Absolutely incredible. So anytime they say that they care about the safety of their players or anything else, and I know there's people out there that have that opinion that it's a business, and I think you're wrong. I'm sorry. That's a human life. It's something I've watched football for 30 plus years, 35 years. And I remember 2 times when I was a kid, Mike Utley, and I forget the guy's first name, last name Bird. They both got paralyzed on the field. And that was a little bit different. As terrible as that was, Mike Utley famously, when he was being wheeled off the field, he gave a little thumbs up like this. A very iconic moment, but people knew he was okay. I mean, they were worried about him, stuff like that, but this was a life or death situation, and that the NFL even considered trying to make them go back out on the field. And if you want to look at it from a business side, think about the danger you were putting those players in. Think about how you've been in a situation where you just dealt with trauma immediately after. Would you want to be put into a serious situation like that? But kudos to the Bengals coach, the Bengals players, the Bills coach, the Bills players for putting their foot down and saying we're not going to play. It's as simple as that. Yeah, it's never been seen, but at the same time, it was pretty obvious. You know what I mean? GTA, it was pretty obvious. And I get it's a business, and one guy I feel bad for GTA, and I usually can't stand his takes, is Skip Bayless. So Skip Bayless put out a tweet, and he was saying what was on probably anybody at the higher levels of the NFL's mind. Not that they were not that they didn't care about him, but it's week 17. There's only 1 week left. Both these teams are in the heat of the playoff mix. So this game had big implications. And he wasn't saying don't cancel the game. I don't understand why it got so misinterpreted, because he said I don't know how they're going to reschedule or move a game of this caliber. Not that it matters right now. He said something about the playoffs, and he was like, not that any of that is relevant. He was basically saying everything football wise is irrelevant right now. Our focus should be on the kid. He may not have worded it right, but he got attacked for that. First thing people want to do when something happens is find a way to talk shit to someone else. Like it's, but that's a minuscule percentage. It was the outpouring of love and prayers, and I don't think Skip did either. And Caesar, and this is not me looking for sympathy or crying the blues or anything like that, but holy crap, it has to be from the Buffalo area. It's been a rough year. We started off with the mass shooting. Had a couple of, well, we had two big storms. One's kind of forgot about now because 6 feet of snow in a day isn't nothing now. This last one, and now this, it's like a bad dream. Yeah, Ken Block, and Jeremy Renner, is that his name? The guy from the town. Yeah, I seen that on Rumble. Donald Trump Jr. launches new show, and I believe he got like a 7-figure payday for that. I don't know if that came from Rumble itself or where that came from. But yeah, Ken Block, and I didn't know who Ken Block was. To be completely honest, Enzo had texted me last night about him. I know he was a big Ken Block fan. My city, Niagara Falls, we got on the map. We had our first homicide of the year at 11:30 a.m. New Year's Day, which in a city like Chicago or something wouldn't be surprising, but my little city, not a good sign. Not a good sign. But hey, we're here, right? We're ready to go. Yeah, yeah. What about that? Kind of strange. I believe. I believe our president was vacationing down there too. It's kind of like I've heard that story before of DAs getting sacked for stuff. But yeah, very strange. You know what? Let's see if we can get an article on that because I haven't really seen what the mainstream media is reporting on that. But so Virgin Islands Attorney General loses her job days after suing J.P. Morgan Chase in connection with the Jeffrey Epstein probe. The Virgin Islands top prosecutor who reached a more than $105 million settlement with Jeffrey Epstein's estate lost her job after suing J.P. Morgan Chase in connection with her probe. The federal lawsuit filed in New York accused the bank of having facilitated, sustained, and concealed Epstein's human trafficking network. On December 27th, then Virgin Islands Attorney General Denise George filed a blistering and heavily redacted 30-page lawsuit against JP Morgan. JP Morgan turned a blind eye to evidence of human trafficking over more than a decade because of Epstein's own financial footprint and because of the deals and clients that Epstein brought and promised to bring the bank. These decisions were advocated and approved at the senior levels of JP Morgan, including by the former chief executive of its assets management division and investment bank, whose inappropriate relationship with Epstein should have been evident to the bank. Indeed, it was only after Epstein's death that JP Morgan belatedly complied with federal banking regulations regarding Epstein's accounts. Days after the AG's filing of the lawsuit on New Year's Eve, George was removed from her post. Local news outlets in the Virgin Islands reported that the Attorney General had not informed the territory's governor, Albert Bryan, about her impending enforcement action. So, yeah. Well, I mean, so we got another article here about how Deutsche Bank and JP Morgan are trying to get seek dismissal of these lawsuits. I mean, if anything in the stock world, Daniel, and I hate to even utter this, but you have to look at it like it's good news for JP Morgan and Deutsche Bank. I mean, if I'm a JP Morgan investor and I see that somebody that brought these allegations public got fired, I'm thinking, well, they're bulletproof, right? As crappy as that is to say. Good morning, my lady. Happy New Year. Great to see you. Hope you and Nunya, I hope your year is off to a great start. I know you're going to probably have a crazy first month of it, but hope all is well. Well, they've yet to release I don't think they've released the full list of everybody that Griffin's donated to, Billy Ray. I know there's some kind of there's some partial lists out there, and you can see some of his major donors. I believe they have to disclose that, but I don't think it's all been disclosed yet. I could be wrong on that. What's his name? I think does appear in front of federal prosecutors today. SBF. You see that? New year. I got it right. Jasper. What's Jasper doing? Jasper Therapeutics. Holy guacamole. Up 165% at $1.25. What's the news on Jasper? Okay, Jasper Therapeutics announces positive clinical data from phase 1/2 trial of briquilimab as conditioning treatment in sickle cell disease and beta thalassemia. So phase 1/2 trials. Good news. I would be careful long run though, Arctic Fox. I got to be fun man on these bio plays for the run up and then the pullback into the next catalyst with it, which would probably be phase 3 trials, which maybe right after that you get FDA approval. Yeah, well, I think there's going to be market instability. I think the bigger thing too, Billy Ray, is with the Republicans taking the House. Look for a whole lot of nothing to happen, because things will be held up. So if you thought the last 2 years was a dog and pony show, it'll be more of the same. Oh, Stakeholder Foods receives grant of up to $1 million for collaboration with Umami Meats to 3D bioprint structured cultivated fish products. That literally just made me sick to my stomach, Sabrina. I'm all for vegan life and stuff like that, eating natural. I love it. I'm not on board with 3D bioprinted cultivated fish products. Nope. Not gonna do it. Yeah, that's the same list I seen. That's actually where I got that. It was that they haven't showed the full list. Oh, okay, so this is a new one. Okay, I didn't see this one. I've seen the list that maybe just had the top from here on up, Daniel. And I can't zoom in on any of this. I don't know why. That's a lot of politicians, though. Wow. The Eye of the Tiger Political Action Committee. So, I mean, yeah, there is. Tennis is physical. Yes. I highly recommend it. And I've talked about that before. Roger Waters. I mean, I've loved Pink Floyd my whole life. I never really knew a whole lot about what Roger Waters stood for. And some of the headlines kind of turned me off a little bit to him until I listened to him sit down and express some of his views and stuff. And everything is very well thought out, whether he's right or wrong. I tend to agree with him on a lot of stuff, but that's open for debate. But I agree. I agree. Yeah, very true. Very true, GTA. I think it's gotten to that point. And again, GTA, it's like the loudest people in the country or the world right now are a very small minority. You know, there is a lot of virtue signaling, a lot of stuff like that. But I think when it comes to vegans, there's still a base that that are vegans for all the right reasons. Not to, and I think most level-headed ones understand. Like, uh, say me and my son wanted to go on a much healthier diet. It's going to cost me probably 3 times what I'm paying now. I'm not saying Nikki eats completely unhealthy. There is a lot that goes into it. It is tough, but I fear GTA that we're just going to skip over the trying to make it affordable and go right to here. We can 3D print you some healthy stuff. That's scary. Yeah. Well, everything's got a scheme behind it. GTA, you know that. The key is trying to see through it and not getting duped by as little as you can. Tesla had some news, and tell me if I'm wrong on that. Why does it keep pulling this up? Tell me if I'm wrong on this. And I get expectations. When you put out an expectation, Tesla had put out that they planned on increasing deliveries 50% a year on average moving forward. They said that last year, 2 years ago. 40% growth on deliveries, I think, is still. And I'm not a huge Tesla. I'm not invested in it. I may have played a few Tesla options once or twice, but that's the extent of it. And I've thought that it was overvalued, things like that. But at the same time, when you're still with everything that went on last year, with the China situation, with the energy situation, with just the economy in general, to still have 40% growth, I think that's pretty incredible. And they have their earnings coming up January 27th, I believe. So Tesla reports 1.31 million deliveries in 2022, growth of 40% over the last year. Total deliveries in Q4 were 405,278. Total production 439,700. So basically, what is that? 60,000? 60,000 haven't been delivered of what they made. Deliveries are the closest approximation of sales disclosed by Tesla. These numbers represented a record for the Elon Musk-led automaker and growth of 40% in deliveries year over year. However, the fourth quarter numbers fell shy of analysts' expectations. According to a consensus of analyst estimates compiled by FactSet as of December 31st, Wall Street was expecting Tesla to report deliveries around 427,000 for the final quarter of the year. So I don't know. I mean, I understand it's a miss, but yeah, I just seen that with Neo. So U.S. listed shares in Neo surged Tuesday after the China-based EV maker reported fourth quarter deliveries that rose well above the estimate that was provided less than a week before. So that's kind of crazy that you provide an estimate a week ago and then come out and shatter it. I love it. The loudest one in the room is the weakest one in the room. I like that. I guess it depends on what room you're in, but I can agree with that. Who knows what we'll be able to eat, Billy Ray. Once I heard that they were, once I heard about those windmills that can be recycled into gummy bears, I have to question anything, whatever they're gonna feed us. But hey, it's a new year. Last Kazi standing. Happy New Year, brother. Hope you and Karen had a great New Year, and hopefully the New Year's is off to a good start for you. We got 7 minutes before the open here. If you haven't done so, make sure you hit that like button. Maybe share with a friend. Easy Fill. Easy FL adds 10 fleet accounts in December, 100 fleet accounts added in 2022. Oh, these 4 chip stocks can double from here, says Guggenheim. I'm not buying it. Oh, Riot Blockchain announces corporate rebranding to Riot Platforms. Yeah, Jasper is just running a muck right now. Arctic Fox. Just about 200% gains now for JSPR. And again, that's coming off of strong phase. I guess you say phase 1 and 2 clinical trial data for sickle cell. Ape even in the pre-market. AMC up a touch in the pre-market, about 2%. GameStop up slightly. What are the big boys doing? So here in the pre-market, we got Apple up 1%, Microsoft up 1.25%, Amazon up almost 2%, Tesla falling on, I guess that news, down over 3%. Google down 1.5%, or up 1.5%, excuse me. Nvidia up over 1.5%, Berkshire up 0.5%, Meta up 1.5%, and United Health slightly in the green. So first day last year, we were up near all-time highs on the S&P, on the NASDAQ, and we know how that turned out. So United Maritime announces completion of previously announced tanker sale and acquisition of 2 Capesize bulkers. Okay, so Junk Savvy, without knowing too much about USEA, I know you follow it a lot closer to me. Was the proceeds from that tanker sale used to acquire those bulkers, which would make sense? So the last the last two that they sold, they paid out in a dividend. Maybe this one, they use the proceeds from the tanker sale. Next 5 years, tennis, we're gonna find them, baby. We're gonna find them. We're gonna find them. What sector do you think I mean, when you talk future and you talk big gains like that, I think a lot of us would probably immediately look to tech, with tech being down so much. How do we find those 5 baggers? Not indicated in an article, but most likely, yeah, that would make sense. Either way, that's good for business. You know what I mean? Especially if they're not taking on debt, if they're able to buy, I don't know what a Cape size bulker does, but sounds good. And you guys should be getting that dividend a couple weeks, right? Mid-January, was it January 13th or so? I think that USEA dividend pays out. Might be off on that. TRNO, Torino Realty, sells property in Bayonne, New Jersey for $24.3 million. Okay, we got some New Jerseyans here. Maybe you guys can get a piece of that. All right, 2 minutes before the bell, guys. Futures still green. They're down from where they were when I woke up. About 4:30, futures were flying. They've come back down, but still looking like we're gonna see a green open. So fresh year, guys. Fresh year, 11th. Awesome. Thanks, Grumpy. SBF asked judge to keep his bail guarantors secret. Lawyers argued no need for public disclosure of names. Bankman-Fried plans to plead not guilty in New York court Tuesday. So interesting that he's going to plead not guilty and not take an immediate plea deal like the other two did. So he's going to drag it out a little bit more. Obviously, I think a plea deal will come in the end, but we'll see. Again, I watched more Enron last night after that Bills game got canceled. I finished off this Enron documentary, and it is on Hulu, called Smartest Guys in the Room. Highly recommend checking it out because a lot of similarities to a lot of different events going on right now. All right, 30 seconds, guys. As always, keep those eyes on your own chart at the bell. You get the slight YouTube delay. And let's make this the best year ever, guys. First day of a long year to come. Let's get off on the right foot. What do you say? Randy! Good morning, Mr. Stogner. Just in time for the bell. Go, 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 go. I think he could still be guilty, Billy Ray. I'm not sure exactly what the charges are related to and how strong they are. Jasper halted right off the jump to the upside. $1.65 on Jasper. That is JSPR, halted to the upside. We got the Dow opening up 0.17%, S&P opening up about 0.5%, NASDAQ up closer to 1%. Everything across the S&P top 10 with the exception of Tesla. Tesla falling like a stone, 117.20 on Tesla, down almost 5% now. Apple kicking into the red. Microsoft still up 1%. Amazon up 1.75%. Google up 1.5%. Nvidia up 1%. Berkshire up 1/3%. Meta up 3%. United Health down 0.5%. So we'll see that affecting the Dow, and Tesla continuing to drop. 116.75 now on Tesla. I don't know, guys. What do you think? I think this is an overreaction. I understand the way that it's expectations and estimates and analysts and all that crap. I understand how that plays into it, but how? With what Tesla's already lost in market cap, sure, we can argue Tesla was overvalued, maybe even still a little bit overvalued, but 40% growth on production in a year where you had one of your major factories shut down every other week. You had an energy crisis. You were still dealing with supply chain issues for most of the year. And again, guys, this is not financial advice or anything. I'm not in on Tesla one way or another. I just call them like I see them. I think this is a major overreaction, but it may just help us find that bottom that Jane and others were looking for, possibly at the 110 area. I know we dipped a little bit below that, but I know other people are looking for it to pull back as far as 80 or 60, which could be possible if this kind of news moves it to the downside like this. I would think that there could be more downside to come. That's kind of a banana republic. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel, Billy Ray. Like I said, I'm not going to pull the trigger on it yet because I still feel Elon's link to Tesla is a wild card. Now, I'm not taking a side on it and saying Elon is good or bad, whatever. I just think there's too much going on, and with Elon set to release the Fauci files this week on Twitter, I don't know what the blowback could be from that. Martin Apollo, Happy New Year, Martin. Riding that Jasper FOMO. Hope you had a great start to your year, Martin. I mean, you're not going to have a whole lot of resistance. I could see, maybe $3 on this thing. 400%. I'm not sure the percent. What's it at? It's already up about 200. So I think $3 is a possibility. I mean, you're going to have all this through here that you may have just gotten through. So even these days with big volume, with what looks like big volume, you know me, Martin, I like to look at the average daily volume and look at that. It's only 70,000. So already at what, 20 times what it normally trades. Yeah, I think this is one of those plays, Martin. The kind of not financial advice that I like to give you, where I think we can take this to $3, maybe $4, depending on the pressure, because I don't think you're going to see any resistance. But the resistance you see on these, Martin, is the sell-offs. You know what I mean? So you may see some sporadic resistance along the way, as far as getting to previous price points, but the volume that it's done over the last, even when you look at these big volume days, 60,000, 75,000, you got 15 million trades already. So I mean, this thing can go wild, but at the same time, you got to know, and this, Martin, these kind of plays. That what's in on this, what's driving this right now is day traders. You know what I mean? This isn't a yeah, and normally Arctic Fox, I would be super FUD and say, no, it's already up 200%. It can't do it can't do that. The 1,000% stock, I'm trying to think because there was a couple of them. I think Orf did 1,000%, didn't it? Look at Mullen Automotive. Wow, I missed that. Sorry, Martin. Can't think. I can't think of it. Yeah, in tennis, did you see that guy like flipped out in jail and tried to do some crazy stuff? The suspect in the Idaho murders. Just awful. Just awful. Yeah, he flipped out. I'm interested to know what that is now, Martin Apollo. I can't remember. I can't remember. Did he just say something new? Was that a new tweet or something? Or are you just saying in general what he said? Because he has kind of alluded to that, and that the prices needed to come back, kind of get closer. You know what I mean? Well, rap music nowadays, except for my man Busthead's records, I think it is a problem just because it's so garbage compared to what it was in the '90s. I'm just saying. We got a Lobo to welfare in the house. Did I miss him? What do I got you blocked, Lobo? What's going on? There he is. Off to town today. Okay, there you are. I missed it. Happy New Year, Lobo. Hope everything's good. So Jasper's still halted. Yeah, Martin, like I said, I could see this one. If volume keeps pouring in, all you got to worry about is the sellers, because that's something like, and Enzo's good at that. Once you see that turnaround and people start selling, it's tougher to put an actual price on it with charting. I think when you have, like I said, something that's normally trades, 50,000 shares a day and is trading 15.5 million shares today. I think the economy in general has to come back, tennis. I think that's the biggest thing working against AMC now, as people's savings get depleted. But I also think streaming services are in trouble as far as that goes too, because it's all almost recreational spending, and that's when it comes to, do I have Netflix, especially people that have multiple streaming services. I think we'll see a lot of cutbacks in that. Maybe a family that has Netflix, Hulu, and say one other one cuts two of those out. I mean, if the economy got back on track, there's always going to be a need for movie theaters, because big budget movies will never be as successful on a streaming platform. Now, that doesn't mean that filmmakers wouldn't just go away from those big action, big budget movies. Unhalted up at 204. Looks like we're halted again. So there's the 300% right there, Martin. Halted to the upside on JSPR at 204, up 322% on the move. Yeah, but I think this is a different kind of recession, Billy Ray. I really do. I think those numbers were when people didn't have stuff at home. So I think I don't think that it's a black and white thing, because I think tennis is right in the sense of money saving, things like that, but still being able to interact. So like when you didn't have nothing else to do, people would go to movies because that was an escape from the recession. You know what I mean? Now people have that escape on their phones. You know what I mean? Things like that. Not to say that it won't have. You know, it's the same way like alcohol consumption goes up and stuff like that. Um, Trump's hairdresser must get paid. I think he wrote off like a couple 100,000 in hair care products or something on his taxes, Billy Ray. So GameStop on the move, a little something. GameStop up almost 4% at 19.15. Bed Bath and Beyond up 6.5%. AMC doing a little something something, up 4.27, almost 5% gains on AMC. Market still cooking with grease. S&P up over a full percent now. The NASDAQ up 1.38%. We got the Dow up almost 0.75%. We are 12 minutes into the new year of trading. Welcome, welcome, Diane B. Good morning, good morning. Happy New Year, Diane. AMC trying to push through that 430 mark, up 5.5%. I mean, I think they're far from out of trouble, but you know, that's what you said, Tennis. That's another reason why I kind of tip my cap to Adam Aaron. Regardless of where you feel like the company's going, I think just having the company still afloat and still operating is a tremendous success. You know, does that mean, is that a great success for shareholders? Maybe not in the short term. It's tough to look at it that way, but like I said, the fact that they're still operating, and the fact that they were even able to touch the debt, at least tells me that they plan on sticking around. They plan on sticking around. If Adam Aaron, in my opinion, if he was pulling some kind of historical rug pull, he wouldn't be worrying about paying off the debt. Now, again, that doesn't guarantee that this is going to be a successful plan. But I don't think it's, if it is unsuccessful, I don't think it's out of negligence or out of Adam Aaron being the bad guy. Just my thoughts. What happened to Cena's hair? Cena doesn't have hair, does he? Doesn't he got like the, you know? Nice, nice. Bought the nieces and nephews some solid gift cards from Odeon to put money directly in the bucket. And just for clarification, I'm 99.8% sure about this. Odeon is AMC over there, correct? That could be. CBS Bra, good morning, CBS. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. We're off to a solid start here. 15 minutes into the day, lots of green on the screen. Jasper still halted to the upside. AMC hitting new daily highs, 434 for AMC. GME trying to follow suit above that $19 mark, 19.14 on GME. I didn't see that. The last price tag, and this doesn't mean that it didn't came out. I'm just looking briefly at Webull News, which is usually pretty good, Martin, about price targets. The last price target I'm seeing is back in November when Oppenheim cut it from 21 to 8. So I could easily see, Martin, that 8 going up to 12 off of this data. It might not be showing here, but I could see it. But again, Martin, this is one of these plays that you might see. I know you might just be looking at it for today or maybe holding it overnight, something like that, because it's trial data that another trial still has to take place. May not be able to hold these levels over the next couple weeks, couple months. So just something to consider. But you figure if they cut you figure if they cut it down to $8, Martin, um, you have to think at least psychologically for Oppenheim, with this good news, it has to at least take it to 10, right? But again, what I hate about these price targets is that there's no time frames given on them. It just seems very like, we're gonna have a, like, I don't know. It doesn't give you a lot of information. It makes it very hard for it to be wrong. I don't know if it, who knows what it is, CBS. It could be short. That's a thing too, because you could see, and I've said this, not to again be FUD man, but if there are people in short positions, in legitimate short positions, I'm not talking about synthetic naked shorting. I'm talking legitimate traders who legally shorted the stock. All it takes is them to start getting nervous and start covering, and you see a run like this. I don't think it constitutes a short squeeze per se, but HYMC, where you at? And USEA, I haven't looked at USEA in a while. Junk Savvy, what I find incredible, all that downside that we've seen the last 2 weeks of the year after the dividend payout date, USEA held strong. If I recall correctly, Grumpy, you got in around 350 on USEA for that dividend. So you're up just about a full dollar plus the dollar dividend. Oh, you bought Jasper at $13.44? Let me look, Martin. I'd get you that number, Martin, but I don't put any faith in it. After that stuff with FINRA, so only less than 2% of the float. Let's see what Fintel says. So Fintel has it at 3.5% of the float. So not too big, but again, they can conceal that short interest, Martin, and I'm not saying to completely disregard those numbers, but they seem completely, with what gets moved off exchange. I don't know. It's tough to buy into those. HYMC up over 10%, so the Dow just went red. The market just, I don't know what happened. Just dropped pretty much 0.75% across the board in the last 5 minutes. Anything major happen that I'm not seeing? Oh, beautiful, Grumpy. Beautiful, beautiful. So you're sitting on 20 free shares. Lovely. Yeah, Billy Ray, those numbers just make me mad when I look at them. Well, it's funny you say that, Billy Ray. Did you see the news today? Starlink is how much are they raising? SpaceX, I'm sorry, SpaceX it was. SpaceX to fund Starlink. $730 million in new capital. Oh, there you go. Canada getting in on it. The Ontario. Wait a minute. Didn't they just lose a bunch of money in FTX, the Ontario Teachers Pension Plan? I'm pretty sure they did. Hmm. So they're valuing SpaceX at 33.3 billion. Hmm. Hey, I'm just saying these poor teachers are. It may be a different organization, Billy Ray, but I'm pretty sure, and I don't think it was a huge stake that they had in FTX, but I think they did lose. I know it was the Ontario Pension Fund. Hills Bills. Good morning, Hills. Yeah, all your plays. Mullen was up 15%, still up 7% over that 30-cent mark. Centro up just over 1%. GameStop still up almost 2%, 1880. AMC at 427. I don't know what happened in 10 minutes ago. I gotta look at the SPY here because it really things went bad. Right about here. Right about here, things just the market just capitulated itself. Jasper. So Jasper halted to the downside at 218. Came back, ran as high as 240, dropped back down to 218, and those are those sell-offs I'm talking about. Those are those kind of sell-offs I'm talking about there, Martin, where it didn't hit a resistance wall, it just hit a sell wall. $250 billion fund, they will just write off the 95 million. Yeah, I guess. I'm not sure how those write-offs work, but I'm sure it's not 95 million and 250 billion is a drop in the hat. I don't think it meant what I used it for, Lobo. All right, we are almost 10 o'clock. The Dow has gone red, down 0.1%. The S&P holding on to 0.1% gains. Nasdaq still up 0.2%. Fooled you. We got off to a good start. It looked like it was going to be a nice bright green day. The S&P was up over a full percent. Nasdaq was up almost 1.5%. And here we are. Yeah, don't go around using it. I'm pretty sure it meant nothing of what I just used it as. So after those heat maps we seen at the end of the year, where they were either bright green all around, or bright red all around. Good to see a little bit more of a mixed bag. Energy getting hit. Tesla obviously looking like Waldo standing out over here. Tech doing fairly well. I think we'll see these numbers come down a little bit once this updates. Financials looking good. Healthcare, mixed bag there. So nothing too shocking. Fooled you. When will then be now? Soon. Jasper opened, halted again to the downside. So halted back at $2 flat on Jasper, which I believe is still about 300% to the plus side. The S&P going red for the first time all year. You've seen it here first at Outside the Charts. NASDAQ looking to follow suit. Yeah, things went south real quick. Mullen's still up 8%, trying to hold back over that 31-cent mark, 30.97 cents on Mullen. That S&P top 10. Wow, Tesla is just getting hammered. Just getting hammered. Down 9% now, 112.43. You got your boots tied up. Got ready to go into Clown World. Hey, you got to play the game a little bit so that you can escape the Clown World eventually. Tennis, you know what I mean? That was a crazy picture you sent me. Was it last week? It was so random, like that. That made me smile so hard because and then I used it on my buddies. I was showing my buddies. I'm like, hey guys, this is the picture. I'm like, when you're watching football and they put the yellow lines on the screen for the first downs and stuff. Well, this is the guy's house who invented it. Like, that was so obscure, Tennis, but I loved it. It was very cool. Stanley, good morning, Stan. Happy New Year, my friend. I got to actually celebrate the actual New Year with you, Stanley. That was awesome. Awesome. Hope you and Pauline are doing well. Yeah, I agree, Grumpy. I agree that it's inexcusable. I only seen just a brief video, and I think it's completely inexcusable. I don't see. I understand from what I read, she hit him first and all that stuff. To me, it's still unacceptable. It's completely unacceptable. And I think it's unacceptable for me or you to do that, Grumpy. I think anybody. And I don't say because he's a celebrity that he should be held to a different standard, but because of his involvement in such a brutal sport like UFC, which has had so many instances of controversy and things around it, he really should know better. And yeah, I mean, hey, I'm not for just ruining people that make a mistake, but some things have consequences, and hopefully there are some there. We love you, Stanley. You know it's nothing but love, man. You and Pauline are family. You know that. And don't think it stops at that. Trust me, Stanley, we understand. And a lot of us personally, a lot of us have either had a loved one who's dealt with cancer. I think it would be hard. You'd be hard pressed to find somebody who hasn't been personally affected by it, Stanley. And just so you and Pauline know, this wasn't a here's a couple dollars, good luck on your journey. No, we're going to be right here fighting along with you every step of the way. So you better know that. And we're going to continue to help out monetarily as much as we can. And even more so, Stanley, you guys always remain in our thoughts and prayers, always thinking about you. And like I told you when you gave us kind of some of the bad news, it breaks my heart, but at the same time, I don't lose hope. I don't lose faith. I know Pauline's a fighter. I know you're a fighter. and we're gonna beat this thing. Oh wow, that's crazy, crazy, Sabrina. Had a young man collapse and die on the field in your senior year of high school. R.I.P. Danny Lee Cook. Yeah, that's awful. Low key, good to see you, low key. Happy New Year, my friend. Yeah, we never had anything really crazy like that. I mean, I remember Reggie Lewis on the basketball court. That rocked my world as a kid. Uh, it really did. Then Hank Gathers, Loyola Marymount. That was another one that just it's awful. It's awful. And not that anybody's any better, but like with the eyes of the world on what happened last night. Like I said, it's a terrible event, and I'm really hoping this kid pulls through and is able to make a full recovery. But on the positive side of it, the outpouring of love and just kind of putting football aside, and that's really the best thing is the Bengals coach probably could have pushed to play the game, and I'm not saying that any coach would have, but this was a pivotal playoff. This was a huge game. Cincinnati a chance to clinch the AFC North. If they would have beat Buffalo, like it just has huge implications, and the fact that they just put all of that on the back burner and worried about this one kid's life, it was bittersweet. It was bittersweet, and it was one of the first times. Now you guys have, well, some of you, probably most of you, probably everybody that's in here right now, you guys have seen me get emotional on camera. Hey, I wear my heart on my sleeve for right or wrong. It is who I am. But last night, seeing Booger McFarland and Adam Schefter and Linda Susie Colbert, watching them trying to fight through tears during a broadcast made me feel a little bit better about some of my breakdowns, but it was touching. Yeah, and tennis, it's another how self-made really is Dana. You know what I mean? And then how much grimy stuff did he do to get to where UFC is now? Yeah, I've seen the same stories, and I mean, yeah, we say that though. We say that GTA, but after they wheeled him out, they gave him 5 minutes, and all reports that I seen was that it wasn't the NFL's call to cancel the game, that it was on the coaches and on the players. And I'm not saying that like if Cincinnati would have said, well, we have to play, like I don't think it was a Happy Gilmore type situation, like play it where it lays, but it's tough. It's I've never seen, and it's pretty shocking that it's never happened. Like I've never seen a cardiac incident in football. We've seen some devastating injuries. You've seen Tua earlier this year when he went full restart, when he was on the ground, fingers were all cocked up. Like we've seen some terrifying hits, but the people usually are coherent and everything when it's all said and done. The Bills, Gerald Everett, he was partially paralyzed a few years back. Just crazy. Yeah, but those people are also paid by the NFL. And they kind of turned on him. They kind of turned on him and let it say like, and the bottom line is Goodell's a piece of shit. Goodell does not care about player safety. And I challenge Goodell to come on this show and I'll debate him on exactly why he doesn't. And until they eliminate Thursday night football games, I will never believe anything that comes out of their mouth about any concern about the safety. And if you've seen, so there was a few people that got away with it and deleted their tweets that were calling for the game to come back on. Just the fact that they literally made that announcement, they said, okay, they're going to have 5 minutes to warm up and then this game's going to start again. And then they were just like, no. And I'm not saying it was Goodell personally, but no, those don't really get as much attention. Well, Lobo, it's like the whatchamacallit. I was watching that live. Um, and I still to this day can't because the show went on, right? With Owen Hart. Like they did the rest of what was it? SummerSlam? Was it SummerSlam that Owen Hart died at? And they kept it going? Crazy times. Crazy times. I just pray that the kid's all right. That's all. I mean, I don't think the NFL handled it terribly. If they would have made him play, then I would think that. Like you said, GTA. This was a never before seen event. You know, I think we'll probably see some changes in safety protocol now, as far as having the what are those things called? AEDs, the defibrillators. I think stuff like that will be way more readily available. What I didn't like GTA was that Adam Schefter kept saying that we've never seen an ambulance come on the football field before. And this is why I hate people that claim to be experts. Adam Schefter, if you're such an expert, I'll show you videos of ambulances on the field. Not only were ambulances on the field seen so often that we could remember see. Madden literally put it in the game. If you remember the old Madden, the ambulance would come out and hit players as it was driving on the field because we had seen ambulances on the field so much. So, I don't like when people that get paid millions of dollars to talk make errors. Call me a jerk. But he said it like 5 or 6 times. We've never seen an ambulance on the field before. We've seen plenty of ambulances on the field. And again, I'm not downplaying what happened, but yeah, because it was who was it? Lawler that had to announce it, Grumpy? Was it when the King and or not Lawler didn't announce it. JR announced it, right? RSLS halted down. So Reshape Life Sciences ran up here, hit a high 1773, so still up, halted down at 1590. Looks like it's still up, I don't know, 75%. It's not giving me the percent number. I would say probably 75%. GameStop now down 1.5%. Jasper pulling back at 175 now on Jasper. So still up 260%, but it weighs off that high at 240. And we'll see how volume goes. This is the kind that could peter out now on volume and trade sideways the rest of the day. JR, yeah. I think it was a pay-per-view. I'm pretty sure it was a pay-per-view. Yeah, I mean, I don't think I've ever seen any CPR given on the field, GTA, let alone for that long. You know what I mean? And even Aikman was like shook up talking about that when he said it. And again, these guys don't, there's no script for anybody that's in front of an audience of what to do when a guy, at that point, his life was hanging in the balance. Tennis, you're cynical in the new year, huh? Jasper trying to make a move to the upside, 187. It is 10-12. And the markets, all three have gone red now. So, it's almost like if any of you guys seen Over the Top, the move when Stallone would flip his hat backwards and would go like this. So when the market's green, okay, we see Dow making the at the very end of it. We see the NASDAQ with the biggest gains, S&P in the middle, and then the Dow on the other end. But then when we flip red, we keep the same. NASDAQ moves further. So you look at the NASDAQ's made almost a 2% move in the last half hour. S&P about a 1.5% move. The Dow hasn't. So it looks like tech is going to be getting slapped around a little bit more. A little bit more. SPY down at that 381 level. I could see the SPY falling under 380 today. I'm not an Enzo type SPY guy, but Tesla, we're going to see under 110 on Tesla today, 111.56. Yeah, I've never even like searched for that, Grumpy. Like I've watched replays of the original broadcast where they pan away. They don't show anything. But yeah, that's another one. I don't know how they just crazy. Oh wow, he went full blown heel. Lobo had an old homie turn heel on me and kept my old boombox and box of wrestling VHS tapes. Man, I used to rent them ones from we had a video factory. I don't know whatever before Blockbuster, before the days of Blockbuster. Lobo, Grumpy, you guys probably remember these, just those old. They would be like 6-hour long wrestling videos, just obscure stuff like I forget what they were. It was like a series. They were called like Legends of Wrestling or something real generic, and they would play mostly WWF stuff. They would throw a little bit of NWA or what was the other one in the 80s before WCW. Yeah, I've heard somebody from the WWF talk about it, Grumpy, about it being the only known video, which is good. That's not something that needs to be seen. That was tough. That was tough because that was a not just a prominent figure in wrestling, but a prominent figure in arguably one of the most prominent families in wrestling. So that one was tough. RSLS halted up now. Okay, so it halted down. Where were we down at? 1550, I think it was halted. Now halted back to the upside, 1713. So just 60 cents off the high. What's going on with this? Yeah, I'm not seeing any news on it. Sees, I don't know. If there's something I'm not seeing out here. Yeah, Hulk Hogan's Rockin' Wrestling. Remember that cartoon? A lot of people never seen that. I think it was they had like the gym and stuff. It was pretty awesome. I believe so, Lobo. I believe so that they were made by Coliseum Video. What did Last Kazi Standing do that is awesome? Oh, I see. I'm only a town away. Rich, you are awesome. We love you, buddy. And that's what it's all about. That is what it's all about. That's why we're here, guys. That's why we're here. It's not always about quantity, although we want to keep growing. But I'll tell you what, I'll take quality over quantity any day. And you find folks that join us every day. You guys are just absolutely amazing. Amazing, amazing. And you never cease to amaze me. When anybody in the community needs help, it's you guys are awesome. Awesome, awesome. And you know what else is awesome? My puppy, but she will not be awesome if I don't get down there to let her out. So give me just about 5 minutes, guys. Hang tight. Let's see. I'll go back to this Jasper. I know Martin's watching that. I got that on the 1 minute chart. Yeah, I will be right back in just a few moments. All right. Welcome back, guys. Cal Muse in the house. Good to see you, Cal. Hope you, Cozy, Harper, everyone had a fantastic Christmas and a fantastic New Year's. And hopefully 2023 is off to a good start for you, my man. Great to see you, though, buddy. Caesar City, Luke Hira, stock surges 20% on FDA filing for over the counter use of COVID flu test. Okay. We got Jasper halted again here. RSLS still going bananas, up at $19, 18.80, 18.90, right around $19, 180% gains on RSLS. And Jasper is still up. That's got to be 200%, 184, I believe, somewhere right around there. AMC still green, not anywhere near those highs earlier, but 417 on AMC. GameStop getting smacked around now. So GameStop, after running up to, what was that, 1926, all the way down now at 1780. Yeah, we had a weird holiday, Cal. We got a lot of snow and storms and all that stuff. It was different, but we made it through it. Everything was all good. And I've now seen three different people come forward with tattoos of the Gumball Bandit. So that guy left his mark. I don't know if he was ever caught, but if you don't know who I'm talking about, it's a guy in my area, right in my hometown, who his picture went viral. You may have seen it. He was in the middle of this terrible blizzard. He was stealing a gumball machine, like a giant, like 4-foot gumball machine. You know what I mean? Pushing it through the snow. Pretty hilarious. But a couple Western New Yorkers got tattoos to commemorate the commemorate the moment, I guess. All right, back to the market. We got the Dow Jones down 0.15%, S&P down 0.37, the Nasdaq down 0.2%. Where'd that heat map go? Let's take a look at it now. Not going to be looking as good. Ooh. Well, that'll put some brightness out there. Apple getting smacked around now, down 3%. Tesla's still bright red, seeing more healthcare plans. And I would I would have to look into this. I wonder if that's a normal thing this time of year. I would think with healthcare plans, with new signups and things like that. I wonder if that's normal. Energy getting smacked. Utilities getting smacked. Bankers are doing good though. Credit services up. I can't wait to see some of the numbers Visa and MasterCard report for the fourth quarter. And I think that's going to be the point. I had a great conversation with Germ Corp and Grant over the holiday. Yeah, I think that's what it was, Cal. I think that, well, and desperate times call for desperate measures, because what happened, Cal, was everything was shut down starting the day before Christmas Eve. So Friday morning, people went out into the world a little bit. It was 40 degrees. It was sunny out, kind of. And by noon, you couldn't see. Like it was hurricane of snow. I've heard them call it a bunch of different things. It was white out. You couldn't. So a lot of people, especially nowadays, the way people live paycheck to paycheck, a lot of people were counting on Friday and Saturday to be able to shop. And I obviously you're joking about that, but like that, and I'm not saying it's okay to rob a gumball machine or anything. I'm just saying they're desperation, I guess. I don't know. Jasper halted again to the upside back at 202. So JSPR, man, that's got to be about 7 halts on that today, easily. RSLS at 1827. Yeah, back to what I was saying. I think when we get the fourth quarter earnings and the yearly earnings from companies, I think that's going to be where we find the bottom. Bold prediction, not financial advice. I don't think it's going to be any kind of event. I don't think it's going to be like one thing crashes the market, although that could happen. I'm actually hopeful the other way. As far as any worldwide events, I remain hopeful that something good will come out of the Russia-Ukraine thing, and we'll get some kind of peace talks or something there eventually. I know it's wishful thinking at this point, but you got to be optimistic. I don't think anything can really get worse, anything other than us plunging into a full-blown World War III type event. I think the damage that what's going on over there could do to the market has already been done. But I think the earnings numbers, they're not going to be able to hide behind projections and estimates and, different kind of schematics. When we get companies fourth quarter and yearly earnings from last year, I think that's when there's going to be a big rebalancing. And it might happen all at once as far as a couple of the big guys go. I haven't really looked at how the earnings are structured as far as who goes when. So you take like Q2 of last year, you take Netflix. Netflix bared the brunt of what was to come all at once, but it kind of started a chain reaction. So everybody else kind of moved off of Netflix, but then they also moved on their Q2, if you remember, was when the big thing was they had to change their expectations for the year. They had to report bad earnings for Q1 and then basically edit all their expectations for the last of the year, or for the second half of the year. So I don't know. I think it could be a big difference. Now you looking at that, like, how does Tesla play into that? Because Tesla, you have to think, is taking the hit now on their earnings by what's going on today. I mean, they're don't get me wrong, there's a lot of other financial aspects to Tesla, obviously, being a multi-billion-dollar company other than just production and just sales. But they don't have all these other channels of revenue that we're waiting to report. Their revenue, 90+% of it is car sales. And we know those numbers now. And again, under expectation, sure, but still 40% growth. I mean, does that bring so much downside? Well, into that aspect, Lobo, I wonder if just a little bit of research into who's offering, just doing a little bit of research into some of these healthcare plans from a consumer standpoint might be worth taking the time to do, to kind of project some movements. Because you had not just independent ones, obviously you can see who's up for different contracts, what kind of contracts expired, things like that. I know it's not just done on a first of the year basis, but hey, any little info that you can get, little tips from, it's not always going to be a home run, but it's information that's out there. It's tools that you could use to your advantage. Apple getting down 3.5% now. On what? Apple said to ask suppliers for fewer AirPods and watch components. So Apple dips below $2 trillion as it reportedly cuts MacBook, Apple Watch, AirPod orders. Hmm. So there's that. Apple, and I think Apple will be, depending on when their earnings are, those fourth quarter earnings, and this just kind of furthers the bear case against Apple, that there's still more downside to come. Now, I by any means don't think Apple is going away or anything like that, but $2 trillion, it could be, and if they can't pump out the products, like we said, if those iPhones are down, if they didn't weren't able to ship more than, like, even if they're able to only stay on the same level, if they shipped as many as they did last holiday season, they should be screwed. Tis life, Bratney, tis life. Don't let it get you down. Don't let it get you down. You gotta, how's it go? Need to have the rain first if you want the rainbow. Something like that. At least we know this year. I mean, I think last year, a lot of people, I think there was a lot more optimism in the short term. Whereas for me, my outlook on the year is I'm not very optimistic short term, but I am optimistic in the long term. I think by Q3, I think the stock market will be back to some sort of normalcy. Now, again, I know this is a long shot. I know it takes a lot of things to go right, but I might be wrong. I just think I think we're in a lot smarter position this year. I think if we do see even if we see the first half of the year go the same as the first half of last year went, I don't think it's going to be as crippling. I think most of the damage has been done, but there's still a little bit more they got to bleed out of this. And then there's going to be some deals, and there's going to be bargain basement blowout prices. And it's like Tennis was saying earlier about NIO. There's going to be opportunities to get into plays that are going to be 5x, 10x, over the next 2-3 years. For me, at this point, I don't feel confident in anything to think that we're near the bottom. And then we have a crap ton of stocks that I like, but they're poised to reverse split anytime now. So you look at like Mullen, you look at Centro, two that I like, and two that I'm invested in, but I won't invest more in them right now because I know that that reverse split's coming. So a lot of stuff to consider, a lot of things up for FDA approval in the next month or so. So a lot to keep an eye on there, and we're gonna try to get like a weekly kind of newsletter out to you guys to give you a little bit more specifics of what to look for every week. This past week's been a little crazy with Christmas and everything, but back on the ball now. Jasper. Yeah, I could see that. GTA. I don't know, man. I'm not optimistic in the sense now GTA where I would even hint at like taking any kind of position to back that optimism up because like I said, it doesn't come until the second half of the year. So unfortunately, I'm still pessimistic about this first half, but it's not going to be a doom and gloom type thing. I think we got to look at this as, we got to have patience. Number one, we got to have patience. We need to be making those plays. Holy waka, 247, and it's not halted. It is halted. Okay. So halted at 247. I mean, I honestly, Martin, like I guess this goes on top. I would maybe look for daily resistance because, like I said, you look in here and you look at this volume, and this was when it was crushing. So maybe you get this resistance. Let's say 350, and I'm not just saying 350 just to joke. Uh, like I said, it's tough because you don't have that volume, but I would put it right around in here. 350. I think it could still blow through that or hit $3 and be a complete sell off because you got so many day traders. We're 31 million trades in now. $3. I mean, even with the technicals not showing it, Martin, I would still look for a massive sell off at $3. Just my opinion. Cal, hey, you are much more than a screen name, dude. Trust me. And I mean that. I don't look at any of you guys as just a screen name, and this is it's always been about community and it always will. Like you, your kids. I mean, Cal, if I thought you were just a screen name, would I have literally learned how to make balloon animals, which I horribly forgot, Cal. I tried to bust it out a couple weeks ago because my mic wasn't working. Lost all skills. Lost all balloon animal skills. But that wasn't like a ploy, Cal, to try to suck money out of you or anything like that. It was because you're a cool ass dude. You got an amazing family, and like it was cool for me to do. I got more enjoyment out of it than the kids probably did, all things considered. But that's how it is. It's and that's how I'll always be. Like I said, we obviously want the channel to grow, but you know what? If I'm able to hang out with the same 20, 30 people every day, I couldn't ask for a better life. I really couldn't. It's getting to hang out with my best friends all day, people that all want the best for each other, which is so rare nowadays. Even if people don't show it, there's always a lot of backstabbing, a lot of not wanting people to profit when you're not. And we just want to have that kind of community where everybody helps each other in the market, out of the market, and that's all. End of rant. Billy Ray, I know I don't have to worry about you, brother. Obviously, Billy, if you ever needed anything, I'm here for you. You know that. I think that goes without saying. But you're like you remind me of that song. I'll get knocked down, but I'll get up again. You know the one. I drink a whiskey drink, I drink a vodka drink, and when I gotta pee, I use the kitchen sink. That song. So I'm sure you will be just fine. And not that I don't. I hate to see anyone having to take any kind of L or anything. You know what I mean? But you're gonna turn that L around. That's all. You got it. Yeah, I'm still working on it, Billy Ray. I'm still working on it. I had a major setback with it and had to kind of restart from back from beginning. So it's getting there. It's getting there. All right, coming up on 11 o'clock. Market not any worse than when we last checked. The Dow pushing a little bit more towards green, down less than 0.1%. S&P down 0.25%. Nasdaq down just over 0.5%. Jasper still halted at the 247. Yeah, Martin, I would either look if it's me and I'm in Jasper and complete not financial advice. I would be looking maybe at 290, depending on where it comes out of this halt. Depending on where it comes out of this halt, you might have a huge cup and handle forming there if it drops back down. But I would look maybe pre $3 to avoid that $3 sell off. But if not, I would shoot for that 350. Again, not financial advice, just friendly discussion. That's all. Just play it like that, Martin. And I know you see this. I know you play them. I know you might not even classify it that way, but I know you play these runners two different ways. You know what I mean? When you get these runners that have had consistent volume, we can look a little bit more at support and resistance. But when you have these anomalies that come out and trade 100 times plus the normal volume of the day, you really have to plan on those sell-offs a little bit more. Take the technicals beforehand out of play a little bit. Now, with a stock like this, if it continues to run though, Martin, that's when you can get some of these other ones into play. When you get up into the $8 range, there may be some resistance there because someone like that might be more likely to be holding the stock instead of selling it at a deep loss down here. Just my thoughts. I watch these runners all day, every day for the last 2 years, and still can't figure them out. 3 or 350. I like it. I like it. I like it. I hope you get what I'm saying when I don't want to completely throw technicals out the window, Martin. You just get what I'm saying when there's that much volume. It's just a constant buying and selling. You just picked up some ape GTA? Atta boy. Hey, it was my pleasure. I don't know what Streamlabs didn't like about that, but I was able to read it, Cal. Uh, Definitely, it was my pleasure, man, and it was I'd do anything for a family, man, for the kids. Trust me, that's there's no bigger respect I have for somebody than being a parent. Moms, dads, whatever, doing their thing out there, and you're a great one, man. I know you are. And seriously, hope you and the fam have the best year ever. I know you're poised for a good one, my man. And yeah, stop in. I know life gets in the way, Cal. I completely do. But at least pop in to let us know you're all right here and there. Because believe it or not, I do worry. I like it. I like it. Martin's having fun. Jasper the friendly ghost. Okay. I was thinking that same thing too. I'm like, man, for $1.27 a share, he could have got. Well, CEI, look at it, Grumpy. CEI is up to $1.97. I'm hoping that's not going to just keep falling and need another one of those reverse splits. GTA, that wouldn't be good. I still think it'll get a pump at some point. And what is oil doing? Oil back under that $80 mark on crude, huh? 79.37. We got any good news out here? Oh, metals. I know we have some of you out there that love the gold and silver market. Gold silver kickoff 2023 by advancing to the highest level in months. Other precious metals were trading at notable levels, including silver, which saw the most active contract trade at its highest level since April, while platinum traded at its highest level since March. Well, and a lot of people anticipating a gold standard coming back into play in what could be a variety of different ways, a variety of different things that could happen that brings a gold standard back. Tesla now down 10%, 110.80. Chumbawamba, there you go. What do you think? By next Christmas, GTA, all shares of CEI goes to the Toys for Tots Foundation. So, what do you think, Martin? You think it's going to be a little bit of a cup and handle? We're going to go pull back down a little bit. Say it comes back down to this. Let's see. I would say maybe comes back down to the 206 level, and then. Whoosh. So Jasper halted down at 230. RSLS holding strong at those 175% gains, 1834. We'll get back to Jasper as soon as that comes back live. Horizon, another one up 341%. I know I seen the news on this earlier. Merger deal with First Brands. First Brands will acquire Horizon Global for $1.75 per share in an all-cash deal. $350 premium to the last closing price. So this one I would be careful with if anyone is looking at it. Trading at 171 right now, I wouldn't expect it to go much higher. It may hit that 175 mark. To me, it's not worth the risk there. And then Lucira, this the one Grumpy posted about. FDA filing for OTC use of the COVID flu test, so that's up 220%. That one may still have some room to go. More fears kind of coming out of China, coming back from the holidays. Be interesting to see what we see in the next couple weeks, if there's any kind of surge in whether it's flu cases or whatever. Hopefully not, with kids going back to school, people that were traveling, all that stuff, the usual. Then RSLS, we talked about that. Intelligent Living Application Group, ILAG. That's up 37%. So big drop off after those 200, 300% gainers. I'm not seeing any news on this. Oh, wasn't you, Grumpy? I thought it was you. Don't make me go back and fact check. This looks like Batman to you, Billy Ray? could say that. I don't know. Got a little bit of a W. I just think the cup and handle is going to be what we see. Again, not financial advice. These kind of runners can go any which way. It all depends on when algorithms decide to sell off. But if we drop again here, and maybe we don't even drop again, maybe we see it just push right back up the way it did earlier. All right, 1107. Market just remaining stagnant now. So after that big drop around, what was it, about 9:45? Right when we hit here. Yeah, 9:45 exactly. We've pretty much just been back and forth. So we'll see where this goes. I could still see the SPY coming down to these levels, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there. HYMC was up over 10% earlier, still up almost 6%, 56.27 cents there. And I'm assuming that has to be big in part to what we just seen with gold prices being on the rise. And it ran up to 61 cents HYMC. All right, Lobo, get her done. Go kick today's ass, my man. Make it your bitch. That's all. That's all. Happy New Year to you. Give the Happy New Year to Ange and the family. I hope everybody's New Year's off to a good start. Anybody doing any kind of New Year's resolutions, New Year's challenges, anything like that? The only thing I did was put an episode number for this show on the thumbnail. Figure we do that every day and keep a number. So that was my New Year's resolution so far. Yeah, I seen that. I'm not even gonna try to say his name. Former Jaguars offensive lineman, dead at 38, suspected heart attack. Yeah, that's a shame. Yeah, I seen that. Grumpy. It's, I don't know. See, the sad thing is, Grumpy, is like it could be like he could have got COVID and even vaccine aside, he may have caught COVID along the way and developed, because that could have, you just don't know. It's unfortunate either which way. And I've seen people that, brought that question up. I've seen people that hated that people brought that question up. And, you just don't know. In the other case, though, the Jaguars offensive lineman, I seen some tweets where he had called for unvaccinated people to be jailed and things like that. And I am in no way saying that like he got what he, nothing like that. So I'm just saying there might be more credence for an argument there. And as far as the case with the Bills player, so a guy that I used to work with, that two of my friends still work with, his son plays college baseball, and this was just maybe 2 months ago. He got beamed in the heart so hard that it stopped his heart. They had to put him into a coma. So, like, I know it's not the same getting hit with a fastball, and I know that hit didn't look like much to anybody, and it could have been a 1 in a million thing, you know what I mean, for sure. But it's just crazy. crazy all together. Yeah, I know the feeling. I know the feeling, tennis. I know the feeling, brother. Put the weight of the world on your back, my man. And I think just about everybody in this community is guilty of doing that. We got a bunch of kick-ass people that would, I think, even if we think differently on certain topics or whatever, which is natural when it comes to stuff like that, innocent children and animals, I think, you know, even us meat eaters like myself still try to do my part in the animal world. I know it's kind of hypocritical, but it is what it is. Big drop on Jasper down to $2.02. Okay, pushing back up. So that could be that bounce that we were looking for here. But that's all you need. Tasty waves and a cool buzz. Tasty waves and a cool buzz. And you know what? The nice stuff that you do for people and animals on a daily basis, tennis, far outweighs what 99% of the population does. So just keep being you and just know that you help people every day, and don't put that burden on yourself, because it's not worth it. Trust me. I do it to myself, and handle what you can handle, control what you can control, help the people that you can, and get those cool buzz. Oh yeah, scalpers are they're crushing it. They're crushing it. They're probably playing it up and down too. But yeah, but hey, that's good. As long as the interest stays there, Martin, you want to see them making money. You know what I mean? Because you want to see it keep pushing up, keep pushing up. If they ain't making money, you're just going to see one big sell off, and then you see a sideways trade the rest of the day. If they're making money, I mean, hey, we're back up to 224 already, right? We fell right where we thought we were going to, right around 205. Tesla down to under 109, 108.99 on Tesla. Whew. I don't know. I'm not confident about a lot of EV plays out there, but Tesla's like Bitcoin, where like I'm not sure of the crypto market, but I have 100% confidence that Bitcoin will stay around. I don't know where it's going to go. I think it'll go up in price eventually, because there's a limited number of it and things like that. And I understand it's apples and oranges, but I think Tesla and Bitcoin are on that same level of, even if the EV whole crossover thing kind of fails and it doesn't happen to where it goes as fast as they think, I think Tesla's still going to be there. People are still going to buy Teslas, but everything has to come back to reality. Everything has to come back to reality. And at some point, their growth has to be slowed. And I think that's the fear right now. Sure, the 40% growth is great last year, but what does that mean for this year? So you got another halt on Jasper to the upside, 227. Yeah, this volume is pretty crazy on it. Mullen pushing back up now too. Mullen back over that 32-cent mark, 32.3 cents on Mullen. You know what? Here, hold on. Oh, you got all the good ones in here. What's the float? Oh, there's a lot of shares outstanding. Institutions own 61%, Martin. Insiders own 30%. What scares me with these ones, Martin, is when you have this many shares outstanding, which means they can do an offering with those shares at any time. So be careful. Let me rephrase that. It doesn't necessarily mean they can do an offering at any time. Strike that. There's the possibility that they could do, because there's other things. Those shares could be locked up. Those could be shares that are owned by insiders that are locked up, but those could be shares that are authorized to be sold. Well, they are shares that have been authorized to be sold. We just don't know exactly where they lie. No new filings after November 10th, so I don't think we'll see an offering right away. But I would just be careful if they are to do that. But like I said, you have 61.5% institutions. Vanguard a little bit, BlackRock a little bit, UBS has a big stake. One of your favorites, Citadel's got a stake in it. Citadel. And they bought in the last 3 months, so they own 3 million shares, Citadel. And this thing here, this is a great tool. This pretty much any market information you could find within this. Hit me up in the Discord if any of you guys are interested in this thing. It's pretty much basically like a Bloomberg terminal without paying for a Bloomberg terminal. Really a great, especially if you follow anything international. Here, put the link in the chat. And we are not sponsored or anything by these people. Nothing like that. I just think it's a cool site, and if you guys are interested. It's not a platform. It's just a source for just pretty much anything that you could want. Oh man, I missed it. So we halted to the upside 256. So we might be getting close to that $3 mark, Martin. Just know, always the chance that you see a massive sell-off at $3. That doesn't mean that it won't come down and then push back through. Love it, Tennis. Never heard of Jasper. Got a quick 15% on it, and I'm out. I love the honesty. And I love the play, Tennis. Happy New Year, brother. Happy New Year. That's the way to start it. I want to see this thing go to I want to see it go to where Arctic Fox is holding. So I want to see this thing really skyrocket. But first, I want to see it get to 3 and 350. Put some change in Martin's pocket, and then onward and upward from there. Arctic Fox, in your case, I would look forward to FDA approval. Tennis is probably wanting to punch me in the face when I say something like that about FDA approval. It's been a year almost, Tennis. We can laugh about it now. But yeah, I would look maybe to get to those levels after the next trial data comes out, and then maybe into FDA approval. Arctic Fox. It could be the one. It could be the one, Martin. I don't think it will, only because I think you need something, unless it's just an outlier that's like a pump and dump, which I don't think this is. Obviously, scalpers are buying and selling, but I think you need a bigger catalyst to get that 1,000%. Now, if this was FDA approval and it hadn't moved, you know what I mean, and it was all the way down and then you hit it, then maybe, yeah. But I don't know. Hypothetically, I could see whatever it's going to do today, Martin. Say it runs to $3.50, say it runs to $4 for argument's sake. I would see it then. And maybe you get a multiple day runner on this. Again, I don't think that the news is big enough to warrant that, but news only has to start the process. With this, like I said, as long as scalpers are going to continue making money playing it both ways, it'll keep moving. But if not, I would expect it to start slowly coming down into the next trial data, into the next process of it. Order book, nothing to 4,000 at 2,500. 2,500 at 238. And you got a 5,000 buy at 302. All right, guys, coming up on 11:25. Perfect time to hit that like button if you haven't done so. Apple going to the downtown to Browntown Hills. I could see Apple. Hold on. Let's see when their earnings are. So January 24th is when they're going to report. I could see Apple Hills. The comparison that I would look for on Apple is if those if those earnings are as bad as I suspect they could be on the 24th, I could see, depending on what comes out between now and then, we've seen this news today that they ordered less, that they're basically making less MacBooks, AirPods, and one other thing, watch components. I could see them coming back to where Tesla is now, 108.44. I could see maybe if we get anything leaked out before the earnings, I could see it down there by then. But I could see a bad earnings bringing it down to where Tesla is here. I would look for Apple around $100. They may shock me and come out and maybe their Q4 earnings were better than I expect, but it seems like the way that they handled the Foxconn situation, it just seems like they haven't been very honest. Now, from their hills, I think Apple has a lot of upside. I think as Apple transitions, moving some of their production to India, and then even further down the line, buying microchips in America, whether it's through Taiwan Semi or Intel. A lot of people think it's going to be Taiwan Semi because they already deal with them. It could also be whoever gets their factories in Arizona up and running first gets that nod. So I think Apple's fine in the long term, but I think they were able to kick the can with a lot of the China concerns last year, and I think that's going to come back to bite them. And I think it's probably on the, not that it's the same situation with Tesla, but obviously what happened in China last year did affect Tesla in a similar way as far as production, things like that. Yeah, turned into a red day fast. Yeah, it was like the market got up, was still having a fever dream from New Year's Eve, started partying a little bit, and then at some point woke up and was like, wait a minute, it's a new year, but not a damn thing's changed. But we'll see. We'll see. We got some work to do, and hey, if you can't be optimistic the first trading day of the year, I don't know when you can, right? I'm not trying to blow smoke up anyone's behind or anything like that and tell you guys the market's going to be on fire. We're in a bull run. Not at all. Not at all. I think making money to the downside, especially the first half of the year, is going to be more important than ever. And, you know, I know it's a tough dynamic, especially for us. And I know sometimes it can appear like Enzo's rooting against the market, which he is, when, but he's not. Please don't ever misinterpret it as like he wants to see your 401k or my 401k or anything like that being crushed. It's not like that by any means, but finding ways to make money on the downside, I can't say how important it is, you know. So Jasper, come out of this halt. We're at 289. I can't tell if it's going to halt again. It's frozen. It may be a Weeble thing. Let me put it on the minute chart, see if that frees it up. I think we're going to be halted at 289. So that's the next leg, Martin. We get a little closer to that $3 mark. Well, GTA looking for GME at about 350. 350. She gave him $1. It was about that time I noticed this wasn't no real stock at all. I love how the lady, like, I love the look on her face. I guess if you could say that for a South Park character, GTA, like how she closes her eyes and she's just like, 350. It's so animated. I love it. Jasper FOMO party, baby. Let's go. How about that one? What was it? Which one was it last week that ran like a mug? It wasn't Hoth. I think it was the day that you got into Hoth, but you called out another one. Kayla, was it? Kala? And that thing ran like a beast. Did I see something else halted? MindMed, MNMD, up 9% today. Look at Rumble. Rumble liking that Donald Trump Jr. News today. That he's going to do a podcast on there, I guess. RSLS coming down 15.75. Martin, you know what that's got me? You know what that's got me thinking? What am I talking about? You never seen the South Park with the tree fitty? And the lady just, her eyes are just so funny, man. Just the way that the animation on it is hilarious. Martin, you think some of this RSLS money might be selling off for the Jasper FOMO? All right, 11:33, guys. Market falling harder now. NASDAQ down over a full percent. S&P down just about 0.75%, and the Dow Jones down exactly 0.5%. Put your sunglasses on. Let's check this heat map out. Looking red, looking red. Energy deep red. Tesla down almost 12%. Just crazy. And I mean, I guess it's a good lesson, example, whatever you know, with Tesla, of when you bet on future progression being so high, you know, I guess that explains where, like I said, to me on the surface, 40% year over year growth sounds phenomenal. Especially when it's not an artificial growth. It's not we're going to see companies that are able to pull that trick with revenue, right? Especially like Visa, MasterCard, ones like that. Their revenue is going to be through the roof because inflation, everything like that. Tesla, we haven't even got to that point of it yet. We're just talking about vehicles produced and delivered. So again, when the market cap is based so far in people in the future, you know, profits in the future, this is what happens when that growth is even cut a little bit. Well, it's pushing back up a little bit now. 1590 on RSLS. Jasper's still halted at 289. Centro, that's another one that was green for a while, just took a big dip down to 42.6 cents on Centro. GameStop down 5% now at 17.51. Ape giving back a lot of those earnings from the last, week and a half. We seen that little run up on Ape, down 7% at 130. AMC down a full percent at 403. The SPY under that 380 mark, 379.38 on the SPY. Jasper halted to the downside. Wild. This is weird, wild stuff. Yeah, but it's like you know what it seems like, Arctic Fox? It seems like these halts both way are keeping it going, though. we've had these back-to-back halts. This is the third or fourth time now where one went up, one went down. I mean, we came out of it bad here and dropped, but then we pushed back up. So even hypothetically, if it comes, say back down to these levels and mimics what it did earlier, say it shoots down to 260, even say 255, then starts that push back up two more. You could be through that $3 mark, or it could do, what it did the next time where it just shot back up. And what's the volume up at now? You got big buy orders at 294. The spread is huge on it though right now. 36 million. So it's halting on not huge. I mean, I guess 430,000. But it's strange. Oh, absolutely, Arctic Fox. Absolutely. Good point. Halts can work to the advantage as well, gets the word out. Yeah, Mullen looking nice. And I'm interested. I'm interested to see where this year takes Mullen, because I think it's put up or shut up time now. You know what I mean? And I think Misery knows it. And yeah, I'm excited to see where it goes. Centro's another one. Centro, I think Centro I like a little bit more, only because I like the market for it a little bit more. It's not consumer reliant. It's more utility vehicles. And I'm holding Centro. I keep a pretty good eye on them. Haven't visited the company website in a few months, so not gonna lie, but always worth taking a look. Some of the stuff is kind of terrifying as far as like surveillance type vehicles, things like that, but they got a lot of cool. They make everything from warehouse utility vehicles to vending machine on wheel vehicles. Like they make some cool stuff, and they've got international distribution all in line. Just kind of gotta wait for the world to normalize a little bit, like so many other stocks that it kind of have been put on hold with different kind of global situations. HYMC holding above that 55-cent mark, still up over 4%. We'll keep an eye on Jasper coming out of that halt. AMC trying to hold $4. Ape trying to hold $1.30. GameStop trying to hold $17.50. Going to get a little bit closer to that $3.50 mark at GTAs. Tesla now down at 107.57. Tesla puts are absolutely printing today. Where's Enzo when you need him, right? Google holding some gains, up 1%. Amazon the same. Amazon's another one. I think Q4 earnings are going to be very telling, and I'm interested to see how not just the winter storm that we got a couple days before Christmas, the prior one that kind of coincided right around Black Friday, so that hindered online stuff. And I know just from people that I see social media wise, things like that, and a lot of people weren't happy with Amazon. I mean, a lot of people, once the blizzard took effect, I think people gave Amazon a break. But what had happened was the weeks leading up to it, before we even got the bad weather, and I watched this myself. I watched where stuff that I had ordered at the beginning of December, the delivery date kept getting pushed back, kept getting pushed back, kept getting pushed back, even before we got any kind of bad weather. So it'll be interesting to see how they did. I mean, AWS, I think, will always be the backbone of Amazon. That's the moneymaker. So as far as retail, I don't think much matters, but well, it reminds me, Martin, of a it reminds me of how like HKD moved. Um, it kind of reminds me how HKD moved, except with much more volume, but definitely big and gappy. Nick DePrima, what's up, Nick? Happy New Year, my friend. Man, I tell you, we think alike, Nick, because that's the first thing I said when I seen that 40% delivery growth year over year, down 12%. But that's why I said, Nick, it's kind of like when your company's so overweight valued on the future and future earnings. I guess that's it becomes such a you know they wanted 50%, they got 40, and we get this big of a negative reaction because I'm just assuming the market thinks the 50% was priced in. They only got 40. But again, I think it's, I don't know. Is there a lot of other companies? And I guess we'll see. We got these numbers kind of prematurely, which is nice. But are we going to see a lot of other tech companies with 40% year over year growth this year? I don't know. Yeah, pretty much. They have earnings beats for the next 10 years priced in. And I mean they really do, you know. But then you have to think after a day like this, how much is going to be priced in? Is Tesla getting ahead of it by releasing these numbers? I don't know. I think their earnings January 27th, 28th. And then they also announced when their investor day is March 13th, I want to say. I'm probably off on that, but yeah, their investor day. That's always kind of looked forward to, I guess. And if things keep going the way that they are, I think that'll be a lot more looked forward to. I think there'll be a lot bigger anticipation for it if Elon's still kind of running Twitter. And, I think shareholders will at least want some clarity. And maybe Elon surprises it. Maybe he appoints a new CEO of both, of Tesla and of Twitter. And he just trolls all day on Twitter. I don't know. Ape doing the limbo. How low can it go, GTA? Limbo in at $1.30. It's okay. AMC holding that $4 mark. GameStop holding above $17.50. This is a long halt on this last one. This last Jasper halt. We've been halted 10 minutes. I think the last ones were 5, right? Oh no, okay. These were both 5, so we should be coming back any second now. Yeah, Billy Ray, I don't think we're as far off on that as people might think. We halted again. Okay, so halted upside at 273. And they're Weird stuff with this Jasper. Yeah, this thing might, man, that spread on it, $1.01 spread. But yeah, I think space mining, stuff like that. I don't think we're as far away from it as I don't think it's as futuristic. Yeah, damn right, Martin. They're piling cash. Hey, that's all right. That's all right. Let them do what they do, and just as long as they can get to that thing to where you get that pile of cash, Martin. Let's go, baby. I love this position though, Martin, because I don't like to pry on your gains or anything like that. But just answer me this question, and this will be the only question I ever ask you about these kind of plays: is are you in a position here now? I know what your price targets are. Are you in a position? Would you say that no matter what happens, you're not going to take a loss on this play? Even if it goes quick to the downside, you're in a position where you can get out in time, not lose money. That's all. And that's just out of my own curiosity, Martin, Yeah, you see these on Weeble. It's probably a mix of a glitch, but you only really see it during halts, Nick. That's why I don't put too much stock in it. Like I'll glance at them during halts, but it doesn't. I mean, look at this. Look at the buy pressure. Now that's gonna as soon as it opens back up, it's all gonna change. And that's just for this platform. I love Weeble, but as far as level 2 stuff during halts, it's not the best. Just being honest. Back to what you were saying, though, Nick. I wanted to price to earnings at 33 is still really high for a car company. Much lower than what it was, definitely. For context, Toyota is 10, Ford is 5. So I guess the question or kind of the reasoning maybe that we can get behind that is that at some point Tesla becomes more than a car company, right? Robots, stuff like that. The mining end of it intrigues me. What Elon said last year, was it November or something at that that interview with the New York Times guy. He said eventually Tesla has plans to mine stuff themselves. So I guess when you get into what they could make in-house, stuff like that, and then you hear Elon talking about autonomous cars, once they get fully autonomous, that it ups the value of a car 5x without costing any more to produce. Again, that could just be talk, but I guess that's the only way I could see why there's such a big discrepancy between Tesla and every other car company. You know what I mean? Let's go then, Martin. Let's go. Okay. So Billy Ray says, let's put it this way: was driving across the UK, and a third of the parking at a petrol station was having new Tesla PowerPoint put in. Must have been like 30 plus. They're doing okay, and as soon as I can, I'm loading up. Yeah. Now, devil's advocate here, Billy Ray, because I'm a jerk like that. And this is very localized, but I've seen, and not just localized, but this is kind of in people that I associate with or am friends with or follow, whatever. that with what happened with this winter storm, people kind of don't want anything to do with EVs in my area. Now that's not to say that that's going to make any kind of big difference in anything, but uh, just kind of but there's plenty of places that it don't get this cold and it doesn't, you know, and I'm sure if you dig into that, obviously cars sell that we sell more SUVs up here because of the snow and stuff like that. So I'm sure it's not a new demographic. I just heard, you heard a lot about it during these past winter storms. Touche, Billy Ray. Touche. Um, have you seen Billy Ray? Have you seen what they're doing? I believe Oxford is conducting it, and it's a it's like a not a quite a lockdown scenario to combat global warming, but basically breaking cities down into sectors that you can't travel. So if you took a city and you broke it into like 5 different sections, now you can't you can't go to another section unless you go through. You have to go like around the city into a certain checkpoint because your carbon footprint, you driving 20 minutes is killing the planet. So that should be interesting. I don't think it's for another year, Billy Ray. I think it's in 2024. I'll shoot you the I'll shoot you the article in Discord when I get off here if you haven't seen it. Oatly, that's a blast from the past. Oatly Group Inc.'s manufacturing partnership with Yaya Foods. Getchi, ya. IDRA. What's IDRA doing? Up 31.5%. And I'm not seeing any news. They got a non-compliance letter back in November. Oh, interesting. Interesting. LHDX. Which one was that? Oh, Lucira. Yeah. So we talked about this. Yeah, I could see this going for $1. I can see this going for $1. And let's look and see how. Okay, they don't have any compliance issues. At least I was gonna say if they've been out of compliance for a while, I could see it being pumped. So this is halted upside 77 cents, and that thing's just been churning and burning. Oh, and I didn't. Okay, so I should have seen the whole aspect of that. So they're looking for emergency use authorization. We know the FDA likes to push that through. So this one might have some staying power. All right, 11:56. We got about 5 minutes left before trader lunch. Yeah, that's a big that's some big green candles. Jasper open. Look at this, baby. Go. We got to be halted 320. 320.
Go, go, go,
And we're halted at 320. Let's go, Martin. Let's go. I got no skin in the game, guys. I am a Martin Apollo cheerleader right now. And you, Arctic Fox. Obviously, we got a little ways to go to get to yours. So we're going to get Martin Apollo's expectations out of it. Maybe we meet somewhere in the middle around the $7 mark. Yeah, it's just it's amazing how it's moving on this volume. And again, in comparison to this individual stock, this volume is insane. But like to see this many halts with only 36.5 million, it's working good though. It's almost like, Martin, it's almost like this is probably how a stock should be maybe handled when it's halted, you know what I mean, because of volatility and because of these massive gains, because it is making 10% gains, you know, every time it moves now. Interesting. Nick watched a interesting video about home supplies over the weekend. Existing home supplies sales listed essentially are neutral, but new home supplies. So allegedly new homes often set the market in many neighborhoods. I have to imagine that. Plus buys on new homes are getting canceled at an alarming rate. Went from being more like a rounding error to 30% cancellation rate. Yeah, and what's going to are we not going to see those cancellation rates? I mean, maybe they don't keep going down, like getting higher, Nick. Maybe we don't see 40%, 50%, but do we not see them flip until we see interest rates come back down? I know mortgage rates went back up the last week of the year. That was like the first time it went up in the last 2 months, I believe. So we were starting to get a little bit of relief. It's tough. It's the housing market for me. It's something I've put a lot of time and effort into, and still I can't get a great grasp on it. I can't. I'm sorry to say it. Like it's not that I haven't done the work, because I absolutely have. It's just you guys ever have that? Just certain things just don't make sense to you, no matter how you could read the same stuff, follow it over, and it just not. And that's how the housing market kind of is for me. Hey, that's how, you know what the thing is though, Arctic Fox. It's averaging down is great. Averaging down is great, especially for long term stuff like that. But you got to remember, even when, because I've been in that same situation. I've been in that same situation to where it felt like it bit me in the ass. You know what I mean? Where you absolutely would have caught it at the beginning of this run up, average down. But what you got to look at is, even without averaging down, the gains against the average that you're at now are still the same. And even averaging down isn't going to change that. So what I'm saying is, just for argument's sake, say you have $1,000 invested in Jasper. Say you would have dropped another 1,000. The gains on that original 1,000 are going to be the same regardless. You know what I mean? Sometimes it just looks a little bit better on paper when you average down. Especially, it's easy to tell yourself that when you don't do it, you know. NVIDIA, Foxconn partners with NVIDIA to build automated electric vehicles. Really? Yeah, Citadel's in Jasper. Pretty big, Martin. That site that I linked, they're pretty updated on all their information. You still may get, when it comes to very true. You can just exit the position earlier. That's the number one gain of it. So you were picking up what I was putting down there, Arctic Fox. I think I confused myself a little bit. Jasper back open, maybe halted at 308. Okay, halted at 308. Same little pattern. So this is the fourth time that we've had it now. Once here, once here, once here, and once here. And if you look on the 5-minute chart, you got the same thing. Oh, wow. Tesla that went over a 250-foot cliff. Everybody was alive. Everybody survived. Whew. Was that driving autonomously, however you say it, or was it just an accident? That's not good either way. Yeah, like I said, Martin, I can't figure out if this is like I don't know. It reminds me, Martin, of like how trading would have been back in the day. Like, okay, we got enough pieces of paper, we got to catch everything up now. You know what I mean? So, like I said, I don't know. Maybe this is the right way when you're getting this kind of action that you should be halting. It doesn't seem like this is the halting that we've seen on AMC and GameStop in the past. That's all, allegedly. They said it was not driving itself. CBS Frog, I'm assuming. Appreciate that. 2 adults and 2 kids. The car was tore up, but they all lived. Man, that's yeah. I don't know. I mean, I hope that we get to complete autonomous driving. I know there's a lot of people that are kind of against it or a little bit afraid of it. I've lost a lot of people in car wrecks, man, more than I care to remember. And not saying that, you know, that's the end all be all or that's the answer, having robots drive cars for us. But the end goal of that, it probably is. It probably is, you know. I don't know. Thank you, Brina. Appreciate that. Oh, Martin, I don't know about that, brother. I don't know about that, man. Um, it's so tough. It's so tough. I would see. I would have already probably exited. So I'm the wrong guy to ask, Martin, because I probably would have took 299. I probably would have took 299. Not gonna lie, but if I'm going this route, I would maybe wait. And I don't like to do this, but I'm gonna for you, Martin. If this follows, you know what I mean. So if this drop. That's terrible. That's why I don't like drawing on here. I'd rather draw with a give me a pen. I don't know, because it could do this same exact pattern up to 350 and so on. I think if you can get out at 350, I think if you're looking to get out at 350, I would try to get out at like 348 or 347. That's just a thing for me. I think when you put it on those big even amounts, Sabrina saying wait until 359, like the time, Sabrina. I want to go have some lunch, but I want to wait until this comes out of this halt. I would say that, Martin. I would say you should have a better idea where it goes out of this halt. If it comes down, I was just gonna say if it comes down here and then holds, you might have this same. Okay, if it bounces, there we go. So I think we're halted. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! That was just a freeze. Now a big drop. Now we might be halted to the downside. So more like what we did over here earlier. And this thing is wild. This thing is absolutely wild. Weeble chat calling for 5. I mean, they may be able to get it up. I mean, just these scalpers may be able to get it up there just going back and forth like this. But then the fear on that, Martin, is once it decides it's going to come back down, it's going to come back down. Like, it's going to come back down to probably this level, probably back to $1.85 to $2 at some point. All right, guys, it is 12:10. I am going to go check on the dogs, grab a quick bite, and then I will be back with y'all. Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying, Martin. See, you see that big picture, and they've been doing it. They've done it how many times now? You know what I mean? Rinse and repeat. It's a new year. You got to remember these hedge funds. They're hungry. They're hungry. There's some kid first year at the working for Citadel right now. He's trying to make a name for himself, walking in there like want to be Gordon Gekko or want to be Jordan Belfort, telling all his friends right now how he's up 400% on LHDX, emailing people within the company. And then his boy over there is like, oh yeah, well, we're long on Jasper, you little 816. We're gonna see if we can't take Jasper to $5. Hey, nothing wrong with seeing some hedgies getting into a pissing match, right? Martin, I'm gonna leave Jasper up here for you while I take a little break. Martin, you want the minute or the 5-minute chart up there, brother? Not to alienate everybody else, but I know Martin needs a win on this one. He said he took an L on a couple of those plays, so we're cheering for him hard. You just let me know real quick if you want the 5-minute or the 1 minute. Usually I like to keep the 5-minute up there, but when you're in these FOMO plays, sometimes a minute makes a difference. It makes a little bit more sense. Strange how low the RSI. RSI only had 65 on this. That's kind of strange too. 5-minute, perfect. Perfect. And that LHDX up over 82 cents. So I'll leave that so you can see that price there. All right, guys, I will be back. All right, guys, welcome back. Sorry about the delay. It's dog eat dog world at the pickup line nowadays when you're a parent. How we doing? I see we still have no House Speaker, I don't think. They're just wrapping up this second vote. So from my understanding, this is the first time in 100 years that it's even gone to a second vote. Looks like it's going to go to a third vote now. I don't quite understand this part of it. I've never really watched one of these before, but it's interesting. They vote for somebody and he loses, and then they vote for the same guy again. I don't get it. Jasper Therapeutics been halted about 27 times today. Sitting at 320 now. Martin Apollo, where you at out there? I want to know if you're still in it. We hit a high at 380. I seen us halted at 351 once. I think 350 even. Lots of halts. Lots of halts. RSLS, the big runner with it earlier, that's come down quite a bit from that high of 2062, now at 1557. The market's a little bit better than where we left off, but back to where we dropped to early in the day, with the Dow down 0.15%, S&P down 0.4%, and the NASDAQ down 0.6%. So does not have the votes. Let's see. Do they try to vote for him for the third time? Birdie Hunter, Happy New Year's, my friend. Good to see you. Good to see you. Hope you had a great time with the family. I was looking for you the other night, but I didn't want to interrupt you. It was pretty late. Got a chance to talk to Germ Corp and Grant for a little while, and they were up. It was 1-2 o'clock in the morning their time. But you know what, Birdie? Your HYMC looking good today, holding above that 55-cent mark, 55.08 cents on HYMC. AMC getting a shellacking, Ape getting a shellacking, GameStop getting a shellacking. GameStop down almost 6%, 17.39. Ape down at $1.25. And AMC down 3.5% at $3.92. Let's have a fresh look at this heat map. Oh man, energy getting pummeled. Energy bright red, bright red. Those healthcare plans, we've watched that get deeper into the red all day. Tesla's still under that 110 mark. Tech not a whole lot better. Semi's getting hit hard. Not a whole lot of, I guess, communication service is where you want to be today. Maybe that or financials. Not a whole lot else on and popping. That a boy, Birdie. I fell asleep in a chair on New Year's from about 5 in the afternoon to about maybe 8 in the afternoon or 8 at night, and got up and this was the first time Nikki fell asleep at about 11:30. He made it pretty far, but he fell asleep about 6:30 or 11:30. I did make it to midnight, unfortunately. I did not watch the ball drop or anything because we were watching that college football game in the Discord, and yeah, great ending to that game. ended about maybe five after 12, something like that. But I was with Nunya and Stanley, and a couple other people were still lingering around, so it was good. It was a good New Year's. Stayed home, stayed safe, had taco night with Nikki. That's what it was. We made tacos early, and I went heavy on the con carne. Put me right to sleep. So I guess we have another vote here now coming up. I don't know if they do it today. They might need a break. That's 2 votes they did today. That's a lot of work. A lot of work. Oh, Jasper halted again. Surprise, surprise. You know, Weeble doesn't. I don't think Weeble offers that. I would love to see how many halts we had today. There's got to be close to 20, if not more. LHDX, that's another one that came back to reality. That ran all the way up to 87 cents. Still up 422% of the day. Jasper up 550, 541. Jasper back open at 310. Back to your regularly scheduled music. All right, Jasper trying to push 325, 328 on Jasper. This is the longest I've seen it open all day. Almost 2 minutes here. AMC down now at 391. I'll check it out, Birdie. I'll check it out. Yeah, we had a pretty long firework display at midnight here. I didn't see it. I could see the top of it from the window over there, but it didn't. It lasted forever. It was like 35, 45 minutes long. We back, Caesar. We back. Oh, Jim Jordan got 19 of the votes second time around. So this is really fascinating to me. Sorry, guys, my attention's on this. I don't. Like I said, admittedly, I've never paid much attention to the vote for a Speaker of the House. Usually because it's just one and done. But hey, when something hasn't happened in 100 years, you got to pay attention to it, I guess. And that S&P top 10 Apple down 4% now, 124.71 on Apple. Microsoft just a little red. Amazon rolling up 2.5%, 86.12 on Amazon. Tesla down now at 107. What was the low on Tesla today? 104.65 we got down to. So I could see under 100 coming real quick in Tesla's future. Google up 1.5%, Nvidia down 2%, Berkshire up 0.1%, Meta up 4.25%. What's pushing Meta up? Oh, that's what I wanted to take a look at is General Electric. I believe they're splitting the company off today or tomorrow. Huh. Okay, here we go. General Electric expects to spin off its healthcare arm into a separately traded company on January 4th, and the new company will immediately join the S&P 500. So GE, and then their plans are next year to split what's left of it. So the healthcare arm will remain the same. Basically, ultimately, this ends up being a three-way split, and I forget what the other two parts that are splitting off are. I know aviation isn't one of them. GE, big supplier for Boeing. Who else? Airbus. And we've seen Boeing with great news in the last couple, probably over the last month and a half. So something to keep an eye on, GE, with that. Basically a split tomorrow, a company split into two separate stocks. Oh, you guys are going full blown ham over there in the Netherlands. You guys wild out on New Year's. We had a pretty tame one. Although, Birdie, and an update on that. So I told you guys earlier, my city got its first homicide of the year before noon on New Year's Day. But the good news is here we are on January 3rd, and an arrest has been made on the suspect. Considering that I think the percentage of murders that were solved last year was somewhere around 20%. Or I wouldn't even say solved. I would just say that an arrest was made. So good for that. Other good news. The guy from the Bills apparently has all his vitals back to normal. I haven't seen an official update that he's breathing on his own or anything. But I did see an update that his and that's Damar Hamlin. I did see that his vitals returned to normal. And the NFL announced they won't play that game this week. So Caesar, I don't know what's going on with that championship. Now that he's okay, obviously his life was the most important, his health, all that stuff. But now I think we can look at what happens to fantasy and stuff like that. It's a tough situation, but I'm sure it'll all get figured out. But I see now that Toys for Tots charity that he started is, the last I seen, I think it was $3.5 million was raised since last night. Incredible to see people come out like this. And NFL Players Association also put out a statement, Troy Vincent, that was miscommunication and that was never on the table. Now he speaks for the Players Association, a little bit different than the NFL, because they did announce during the game that the players would have 5 minutes to warm up. But good to see Troy Vincent, an ex-player, ex-Philadelphia Eagle. He was a badass. He said that was, and he was. I like how he was about it, because he understood. And I seen the statement that he put out, and then I seen a interview with him, just a quick. I don't know what it was on, but he understood why people thought that the NFL was putting that message out. But apparently that was never the case. They never really thought about resuming the game. So good on them. If we're going to bash them for the stuff that they do, you got to give them a little bit of credit for showing some empathy last night, especially in a game of that stature. It's probably thrown the NFL through a big loop on how to handle these last 2 weeks, and I'm glad that they set that aside. I think that was a great sign for them. But I stand by my statement earlier until they do away with Thursday night games. Them really caring about the safety of their players, I think, is just a farce. Yeah, definitely, and he's in the same situation, Sabrina. Not to, I hate that you have to relive something like that. That something like this could bring back memories like that for you. But from what I heard, he's still on a ventilator, and you know, uh, who knows the extent. They haven't talked if there's going to be any kind of brain damage. Hopefully not. Hopefully, the one good thing they're saying, like, that the response was impeccable, and that those EMTs and the people that worked on them did an amazing job, and it really was an instance where every second mattered. And you know, well, his vitals, like Sabrina just said, it doesn't really mean that he's out of the woods at all. But he survived. For I got home right after that happened last night. I was listening to it on the radio when it happened. Um, and when I got home, it was before they had canceled the game, but it was man, it was eerie. It was eerie because I felt like the announcers and stuff didn't even know what was going on, and like they did a great job. I don't really like Joe Buck too much, but him and Aikman, they kept it together and tried to keep people informed without panicking anybody or anything. But it was, you know, being in the Buffalo area, I was looking on Facebook, and it's going wide, it's going nuts, and there was a lot of people thinking that he had passed away. That it was so. Yeah, no, they said it definitely did. They said the CPR. Like I said, I'm not a doctor. The funny thing is, my doctor was on the field last night. Between me, you guys, and God, I'll be able to at least get a little bit of perspective next time I see him, because he's a friend of my sister's. You guys are wilding over there in Amsterdam, Bertie. Crazy times. We're trying to decide our Speaker of the House over here in America today, Bertie. So that's why I keep looking this way. It's fascinating. If they vote for this guy again, it is like the definition of insanity, isn't it? You keep trying to do the same thing, hoping for a different result. Okay, I don't have a horse in this race. I don't. I kind of like Jim Jordan. I'm not a big McCarthy fan. I'm not a big Jeffries fan. So I could go either way. I'm just fascinated by this process. Anywho, first day of the year, guys, we shook the rust off a little bit. The market didn't. The market came out like a bat out of hell this morning, and that bat went right back into hell around 9:45, and hasn't came back out since. But we are up from the lows of the day. We're not sinking just yet. Is that what's going on, Grumpy? Yeah, I haven't paid enough attention. If I knew it was gonna play out like an episode of Survivor or something, I might have paid a little bit more attention to who the alliances are, and who's. I don't know. I don't. I'm just happy to see him having to do work. This is the first day. Oh, that guy's sleeping. Oh, they just woke him up. Did you guys see that? That guy was just literally asleep. Wow. Wow. If that wasn't good timing as far as right when I said that, literally right when I said it's just good to see these people working, I glance over and my man was asleep. And think about that. You know, it's not like they were working hard. All they had to do was vote. They had to vote 2 times each today. Either one. Calm before the storm over there in Europe. Something's brewing. Okay. Hey, damn the man. Save the empire. That's what I say, Birdie. You guys don't have people that look like everyone loves Raymond falling asleep in the House of Representatives like we do. Brutal. Yeah, I'd like to wipe autocorrect out this year. Grumpy old man. Really, if there's one kind of problem outside of balcony collapse, I think if we could attack autocorrective measures this year, I would like to see that come to an end. Autocorrects dominated our lives for too long. It's not doing anything good, GTA. It's almost like you came in Salt Bay style and sprinkled some CEI on that ape this morning when you bought it. It's poised for a comeback, though, GTA. It's poised at 121 and a half, down just under, make that just over 14% for ape. So what started out looking real promising today, I mean, ape was never really going bananas, but we were in the green on ape. We were up around 146 on ape. At the same time, up at 439 on AMC. We were feeling good, looking good. I don't know about you guys. I was caffeinated right around here. And then all of a sudden, and oh, okay. Birdie saying had a meeting with the largest car lease company in the Netherlands. EV is over its peak. Teslas are returned before the end of a lease, and new orders are canceled, hundreds per day. Just saying. But what? Okay, so Birdie, do you think it's got to be a mix of things, right? I don't think it's just people bailing on. So, do you think it's some of those orders are being people can't afford them? Do you think it's EVs in general or just a Tesla thing? Do you think like what's happening in where was it, Switzerland, where they banned charging your electric vehicle except for emergency purposes, things like that? Because it's hard to break down these Tesla numbers. You have a 40% year over year growth in production or in cars sold, cars delivered. Hey, I got a Mitsubishi, Birdie. A Space Star. I didn't even know they made a Space Star. I don't even know what that is, but it sounds a lot better than an Outlander. Tell me more about these Space Stars. Getting them March 1st, that's pretty good. I don't know if you tried to get them any earlier, if that was when you needed them. Getting a 50 vehicle fleet in 3 months, I think is pretty good. Yeah, you tried and told me. You tried and told me, GTA. Well, yeah, we talked about that this morning, Birdie. And see, it's funny because like Daniel Billionaire, I forget where he was, but where he was seeing a lot of Tesla charging stations popping up and things like that. And then over here, I was talking about with this last winter storm, there's been a lot of talk, and you know, talk is talk, talk is talk. But with kind of the way some of these vehicles performed and stuff like that in the storm, I think some people are turned off. I gotta check this out. Okay, so that's kind of just like mine, Birdie. Mine might be a little bigger, the Outlander, but very close to it. Cool, cool. I've loved my Mitsubishi. I gotta say, I haven't had a problem with it at all. It's been pretty glorious. So good deal, good deal. All right, 18 minutes left, guys. 18 minutes, and we wrap up the first day of 2023. Jasper holding $3.10 on Jasper. Great day on that. I'm hoping Martin Apollo could let us know where he stands on this, or I'm going to have to go to bed wondering tonight. Mullen doing well today, keeping those gains, not up near the high. The high ran up to 33 cents, just a hair under 32 cents, 31.99 on Mullen Automotive. Centro getting hit hard today, down 9%. I'm still bullish on Centro. And I hit the wrong button, so I guess I'm bearish. No, I'm not. I'm bullish on Centro. That's a production flaw there. And I've told you guys the reason why a million times, but I'll say it one more time. With their utility vehicles, I think there'll always be a market for that. Not based on consumers when it comes to warehouse vehicles, things like that. That end, to me, electric vehicles make sense. Stuff that's not making long trips, stuff that are used more for utilities. Jasper falling here under that $3 mark, down $2.94. Now this one of the biggest, or one of the bigger spikes we've seen today as far as volume, and no halt on that one. Surprising. And this will be fun to watch what happens with Jasper in the after hours when we don't see halts. Although technically it could. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. And, I said a long time ago, Birdie, that the only way that we would see over here anyways, EVs somehow take over gas-powered cars would be if they did some kind of incentive like they did with push, pull, or drag it in. But our incentives are so ridiculous. Like that's a thing too with Tesla. You've seen like the one SUV I think that Tesla made, it's too light to qualify for the $7,500 subsidy. And ultimately, people are starting to see through that subsidy, though, as well. Okay, you get a $7,500 tax break. Now that gas is down, and I would agree with you. Right now, I would think, Birdie, even with gas where it is now, which is still a little pricey, it's way down from where it was, obviously. I would think that it's probably not much cheaper, if any. Judging by my electric bill, I don't think it would be cheaper for me to charge a car. BTTX Better Therapeutics has received a decision to grant European patent number EP3628101 titled Method and System for Managing Lifestyle and Health Interventions for Addressing Body Weight and Cardiometabolic Disorders such as Type 2 Diabetes. That's going to be a tough market to get in because I see more and more that really anything that discusses healthy living, weight loss is deemed hate speech. It's deemed this, that, or the other thing. It's tough. It's tough because I don't think sure there's assholes out there that are gonna say this or whatever, but most when it comes to whether it's doctors, whether it's physical fitness people, usually they just want people to be healthy. It's not about appearance. It's not about shaming anybody, anything like that. So hopefully they can overcome those hurdles. That's BTTX. Up a little bit on that. Buck 11. Buck 11. Jasper under that 290 mark. HYMC holding. What else are we looking at going into tomorrow, guys? Iron. That was a big runner. New Year's Eve. Or the day before New Year's Eve. 1727 down 13%. Kayla, another one getting hit hard, but after that run last week, I mean, this thing went from 354 in a matter of days up to 44 bucks. Incredible. Cosmos. There's a little bit of a blast from the past. This is good to see. I'm not sure if anyone's still holding that. Junk Savvy, if you're out there, I know you had some Cosmos. Martin, I'm not sure if you were still holding it, but up 21%, 555 on COSM. So do you think the idea will be scrapped, Birdie, or do you think that it's just a case of trying to go too big too quick? And maybe if we pull back a little bit on it, I'm still interested in hydrogen cars and things like that. And I mean, maybe hybrid is the best answer. You would think of thinking about it, hybrid makes the most sense. Just like everything, I think all our energy, we should be utilizing as many different energy sources as possible. I just don't think some of the ones like solar and wind are fantastic, but I think you need something more stable. But getting all of them to work together, and I don't, I should have never watched that Enron thing, Birdie. So I like I said, I watched the last half of it last night, and what they were doing to people in California, which is this is what they got caught for. Okay, so this is one company that got caught. So how many other companies were doing this, and how many times do we still see this? The fact that Enron was just having their connections at power companies just shut down the grid. Listening to these conversations of these people, calling them up like, yeah, just come up with a way to, to shut down for maintenance for whatever reason. And then the prices of electricity skyrockets, and they're charging people unknowingly. And I'm not saying that the people didn't sign off on it, because you do with but now you're paying 600% more on your electricity because some trader at Enron called their connection and had them shut down the pot. Like it's just absolutely sickening. RNAZ. RNAZ. Transcode Therapeutics. Up 8.5%, just under 73 cents. Not been under $1 for too long. See, that's kind of the first thing I'm looking at these kind of stocks right now, Sabrina. If they're under $1, I want to see how long they've been out of it, because reverse splits, they just don't sit well with me. You know what I mean? But this hasn't been out of compliance. It was over $1 back in October, end of October too. Your laptop's even struggling? Yeah. And you know, I think it's just like everything else, Birdie. Like, I think it could be successful in certain areas. I've told this story plenty of times about a friend of mine that lives down in Florida that has solar panels on his house, drives a Tesla. The solar panels pretty much power the Tesla. It's a perfect environment for it. But it's like we do with a lot of things, and I'm not blaming anybody or anything in specific, because when you're dealing with such a vast amount of people, thinking that one idea or one thing is going to be right for everybody, it just doesn't work. You know, it's it would be cool if they incentivized EVs in places where the wind and the solar can really power them to really take advantage of them, and applaud that. Okay, it's like if everybody doesn't conform and we don't make a big switch to EV, that it was all for nothing. Why can't we just say, listen, gas powered vehicles work in places that have bad weather, stuff like that. EVs maybe work better down here. Let's mix it up. Instead, it's an all or nothing. If I don't drive an EV, I want the world to end. Like, no, it's cool. There's room for both. Make steady improvements. Birdie's laptop over there struggling. 6 minutes, guys. 6 minutes, and we can put to rest the first trading day of 2023. Well, and I think it seems, Birdie, like some cooler heads are starting to come to that conclusion. And I am by no means a energy expert. I don't claim to be one, but I've listened to a lot of experts. And it seems like the consensus opinion of what the best the best way for us to power our grid would be to have a base, a nuclear power that operates constantly, and can control it. Now, you've told me, I think me and you talked about that, Birdie, with like the overconsumption. So on a super windy day, what to do with that energy, or how to store things. A lot of stuff that could, but it seems like those kind of sectors don't want to work together. Like every sector of energy is its own thing and there's no commingling. Nuclear, and you know, I wish that they would just rebrand nuclear. You know, I get it, because I don't like when they do that with a lot of stuff, and I don't think they should do it in a misleading way. But I think just the name nuclear, it invokes fear. It makes people think the worst and misinform people. I think that they think nuclear is some kind of up there with coal as far as dirty energy, when in fact it's the cleanest energy out there for the most part. Seems like it would be too effective, though, Birdie. Too effective, and maybe they couldn't do stuff like they were doing at Enron. Not, I hate to keep bringing it back to Enron, guys, but like, if you're able to watch that or any documentary on Enron and it doesn't make your blood boil, not only does it make your blood boil, but like I said, the thing about it is this happened 20 plus years ago, and we still see exact stuff. And Bankman Fried really reminds me of I forget the fall guy from Enron. It wasn't Lay, it was the other guy, and it seems eerily familiar. That's a good point too, Grumpy. I think I think horse fertilizer, natural horse fertilizer, is very underrated. Okay, Bird. I mean, I kind of like where Grumpy's going. Horse and buggy. I don't know. It's probably not safe to text on cell phones and drive a horse. There would probably be all kinds of bad accidents like that. Maybe autonomous horseback. I say bring back rickshaws. I mean, All right, 2 minutes, guys. 2 minutes. The Dow making a late charge here, trying to close green, down just 0.03% on the Dow. NASDAQ down about 0.75%. S&P down under 0.5% going into this close. Well, see, that's what scares me about electric vehicles is like, and maybe I'm just being naive on this. It seems like gasoline is still readily available in a time, and maybe not readily available, but in a time when electricity goes out, and I don't know. It scares me that people wouldn't have now. Like, you look at a situation like the blizzard here, like, okay, people couldn't really drive for the most part anyways, but we see power go out in other situations. I don't know. I might go hybrid, but I would like to have that safety valve of being able to put gas in the car and make it go if I had to. That's just me. Plus, with batteries freezing, not operating in the cold, I'm sure it's not major, but I'm sure it does. There is probably a decrease. Under 30 seconds, guys. Make sure to close those positions, open a new position, whatever you got to do. Closing time. We got 10 more seconds and the market will be closed. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. That is a wrap on episode 1, day 1 of January 2023. Final numbers on the day: the NASDAQ closed down 0.76%. S&P closed down 0.41%, and the Dow couldn't get back to the green, finished down just 0.04%. Tesla, probably some of the bigger news of the day, closing at 108.10 on Tesla. Apple as well, not to the degree as Tesla, but make my words, guys, not financial advice, but I could see Apple, if those earnings, if iPhone sales are slacking, and let's just say maybe Google Pixel sales picked up over the holiday season because Apple couldn't deliver, Apple might put themselves into a position where, transitioning out of China isn't going to be an overnight thing. Could be in for some trouble. I could see Apple going down to the $100 mark. Yeah, gold was up. No halt party. Yeah, you know what time it is, Martin. So Jasper was already back to that $3 mark, over that $3, 303. So I take it you're still in, Martin. I take it you're still in. Hey, rock it till the wheels fall off, my friend. And after hours, none of them technicals really matter in the after hours, Martin. It's a free for all. HYMC was up double digits this morning. Still finished up 1.5%, but yeah, it ran all the way up to 61 cents. No, I don't think they're comparable, GTA, but what I think is, like I said, if Verizon, AT&T, companies like that, if when they told people that iPhone 14 that you just signed up for our service so you can get a free one, you're not going to get it for 3 months, a lot of people would probably say, okay, I'll keep using my old Apple. My iPhone 13, or I'll get a different one or something like that. But if people said, okay, well, I'll try this other thing. I'll try a Samsung. I'll try this. I understand Apple has brand loyalty. But if you can't make the product, and I don't think that they've been upfront with us. I think how they changed their story from they were only making the iPhone Pros because of the lack of interest to kind of they couldn't get the parts to make, like, there hasn't been any consistency the way they handled Foxconn. I just don't really trust them. Yeah, I would agree with that. I would say Apple's a bigger company than Tesla. Sure. For now. But I don't, it's I don't know. We'll see. We'll keep an eye on those earnings, GTA. I think it's not going to be cheap, and it's not going to be a smooth transition for them to leave China. I mean, maybe India offers them some kind of crazy incentives over there for a while. I don't know the slave labor situation. They do, GTA, but it's the thing. You gotta be able to get that next generation hooked. You know what I mean? So every year you got a new generation. It's just like Call of Duty. Call of Duty, sure, they sell their games to the same idiots every year. Same game with just a little bit of a different theme, but you got to have those new ones. That's where I think they could get hurt, is people buying a phone for the first time. People getting it. And I think more so with kids, GTA, where, like, okay, I'm a parent. I want to get my kid a phone for Christmas. Apple tells me I'm beat till March. Most likely I'm going to get my kid something else. And my kid doesn't already have, kids get cell phones earlier and earlier. And my son has an iPhone. I didn't get it for him. His mom did. But that's a perfect example. I don't know. Kids look up to superheroes, not Android users. All right, Birdman. Good luck at the meetings. Knock it out the park, my friend. Knock it out the park. You have a great night. Give my love to the family. And keep me posted on how the meeting goes, buddy. I'm a proud Android user, GTA. Just saying. I'm just saying. You guys are something else. Okay, third vote for the speaker. Some guy's yelling. I don't know what he's saying, though, because I don't have closed captioning on. There's a guy behind him staring like, I wish a mother would. Let's so you see what I'm watching there. That's why I keep going over there. But it is I'm not offended. I'm not offended. I would say it truly is, out of like people that I know, GTA, that I communicate with, I would say it's a pretty even split. I would say like half the people that I know use Apple, half the people that I know use either like Galaxy or whatever. But I will say GTA, I don't think that any other phone has the brand loyalty. Like I don't know people that are like, you know, you know what I'm saying. Like there's not people, I got an Android because it's there. It's, like I've used it, I'm cool with it, but I would switch to like a Google, like I would switch to something other than a Samsung is what I'm saying. I don't have that brand loyalty where like it's got to be a Samsung or nothing. And I know people have that with Apple. I know people like because it does separate itself. I don't either, Sabrina. And I kind of like it. I kind of like it because like when Nikki asked me something, I'm just like, nope, you and your mom want to be on that Apple team. Go ahead. I'm team Android, son. So it sucked when I was a kid when he was a kid, when he was like young, because he had an iPad and I didn't know how to do nothing on it, and that kind of sucked. But now he's old enough where it's like, figure it out for yourself, kid. I don't know. Jasper running amok in the after hours, 19% gains, 324 now. Martin, if you're out there, Mr. Apollo, be leery. Just be leery of an offering. Martin, if I get time tonight, I will look into this big difference in the outstanding shares and the free float. Now 17 million shares or 15 million shares, I'm sorry, in some cases wouldn't be a big deal, right? AMC, I think, has 15 million or something in difference between the float and the outstanding. But when you only have 22 million shares issued, or 22 million shares issued and 37 million shares outstanding, I would like to just see where those shares stand, because we've seen this with other biotech plays where they need the income. This is coming off of a phase 1-2 trial that was successful. Now they need to fund the next stage of the trial. So perfect opportunity for them to do an offering. It wouldn't be a slight to shareholders. It would actually be good for the company. But short term, Martin, you could see a drop. So just throwing it out there. Oh, nice, Birdie. Look at you. Signed a contract with T-Mobile for 350 permanent subscriptions with one new phone per user per 2 years, and block that out of the possibilities. See, GTA, there's enough of us angry old folk out there to do it too. Birdie blocked Apple out of the possibilities for replacements. Android only from January 1st, 2024 in your company. Beautiful. Beautiful. And that I can understand, because you do want everybody on the same kind of operating system. We did that for a while at Smoking Joe's with Blackberries, and then it kind of went by the wayside. But we started out, we tried. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it has been real. It has been fun. Always a pleasure. Anything else before we wrap it up? I'm going to keep an eye on this Jasper tonight. 340, 24% gains in the after hours here. Again, Martin, I hope you're out there. And don't listen to me, not financial advice. I'm just I like to throw every option at you. Anything that stands out, and those outstanding shares stand out a little bit to me. So something to keep an eye on. Good night, Mr. Hunter. Good night, the rest of you fine OTC folks. Thank you guys for joining us today. And you know what? We're going to get up tomorrow. Izzy, I'm going to go watch some of that. See what's get to the bottom of this. Get to the bottom of this house thing. But yes, everybody have a fantastic evening. Much, much love. Before you leave, exit soon. That a boy, Martin. That a boy. Get them profits, baby. Get them profits. Enough of us old folk, GTA. You know what's up. Low key, my man. Always a pleasure, Low key. Much love, brother. Martin, good luck, my friend. I will be keeping an eye on this. And like I said, you know I love you, Martin. I just try to show you every angle of stuff. I don't ever want you to take it like I think you don't know what you're doing, because I know you absolutely do. And just try to give you as much information as I see, my friend. So get this one, though. I want to see you get a big win off this, Jasper. So I'll be cheerleading. And everybody else, I'm always cheerleading. I know what's in your portfolio. Don't you worry. I've been looking. I've been sneaky. All right, guys. Everyone have a fantastic night. And we'll do this all